rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fam's on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, I'll cast it like hey ya.
Party people in the place to be. What's good? It's your number one Chief Rocket Knicks University main man, Freezy. Well, the final buzzer has sounded. The final buzzer has sounded, man. I don't know what else is there for us to do. At this point, man, the Knicks lose to Indiana in a crucial game 6. The Knicks lose to Indiana in a crucial game 6. The Knicks season is officially over. There are going to be a lot of questions, a lot of reflection, just a lot of stuff in general. I don't even know. To be honest with you, I don't even know how to get started with tonight because I thought the Knicks were the 2025 NBA champs. So I'm sad. I'm disappointed at the same time. Yeah. Yeah. I really don't know what to say. The guys are still rocking on playback TV. I'm gonna ask y'all to give me a second. I'm gonna let them know that I'm rocking over here. So because they are legitimately like on the verge of crying over there. Like they legitimately are on the verge, like legit, no joke, man. And so I know some of y'all like to troll or whatever, but some of these dudes are real upset right now in the moment. So I'm gonna just ask y'all to bear with me. I'm gonna go let them know I'm over here, and then we'll get to the conversation. It's only gonna take a second, y'all. Man, I'm not gonna lie. I'm hurt and disappointed, man. I'm not even gonna lie. There was some man. Mitchell Robinson is open on every play, bro. Mitchell Robinson legitimately is open on every roll to the rim that I saw. Right. So tonight we probably won't be as formatted. I'm gonna go collect those guys and let them know we over here. And then we'll comment, then we'll rock. So y'all bear with me a second. I'm gonna mute and I'll be right back. Yeah, everybody. So I just let them know that we're over here. I'm gonna send them the link right quick just to make sure that they kind of man, there are so many disappointing things tonight, man. There are so many. I don't even know where to begin, to be honest. 27's in the building. Brooklyn Cardio is in the building. There we go. Coach is in the yeah. Hey man, coach is in the chat, man. I could have just did this, coach. I could have just did that. Oh shoot, what's going on with X? X ain't showing up. Oh, X, oh, gotta pay him. Tory B in a place to be. What's good? Tory B, I'm disappointed. I ain't gonna front. Yeah, Red Barn. Listen, man, this is it's Baby Mel is in the building. Coach, what's good?
Hey, brother.
Hey, man. I'm gonna ask you a question. Now, mind you, we have as long as we want to get our thoughts and stuff out.
Yeah.
Right. We got as long as we want. So I'm just gonna ask a few questions, man. Just take your time and don't be in a rush. Or don't feel rushed, I should say. But the first thing I want to ask you is how are you feeling that the Knicks season is over? Like, how do you feel about how do you feel knowing that there is no more Knicks basketball on the horizon for this year? We'll get into the game 6 stuff, right? Yeah. We'll get into that. But how are you feeling right now? Like knowing that there is no more Knicks basketball?
I mean, it's disappointing, man, because it's the roller coaster of emotions you have up to this point. And you always, as a fan, want to be in this position. Like, this is what we always hope and dream of, to be in the mix and being competitive and knowing you're only a couple games away from the big show, and to know that it was this close and it's out of our grasp. It felt so good to cheer for a team that really has something to play for. Like, because you know how many times we played, you get excited the last 8 minutes of the game when Obi got in and scored 20 points in the fourth quarter or something. Remember, we had times where, but now, like, we're excited because we're going on a run to go back to MSG for game 7 eventually, go to the finals. Like, to get excited about those kind of games as a fan is just, it's like that next level of excitement. And to know I'm not going to have any more of those kind of games this year.
Right. Right.
It's just like a punch in the gut, man. It's tough.
It's tough, right?
Yeah, man. It's hard, man. It's I'm not ready to look at who the backup running back is on the Bears to see if he's worth picking up for a flex
guy. It's Cameron guy. Yes, he is worth it.
I'm not ready for making those decisions yet. I want to talk about how Shamit should have played in the third quarter for the next game, all those kind of things, but it is what it is, man.
Cash, how you feeling, bro?
responsible.
Hold
Cash,
on. I know I got some noise going on in the background. So
okay. So, I'm gonna say, y'all, listen, I'm super disappointed. Like, I'm not disappointed in a regular, normal, this is the end of your season disappointed. I'm disappointed in a, this might be the closest we get in a few years disappointed. I'm disappointed in a, this was our opportunity to really do something disappointed. And the Eastern Conference Finals, this fake term championship window, it's a fake term, right? People are going to say championship window when they kick the can down the road, right? And when they intellectually kick the can down the road, right, they're going to say stuff like, yo, championship window, right? Like buying time, right? The thing is time can't be bought. You have to be where your feet are. And the Knicks feet were in the Eastern Conference Finals. There were opportunities, in my opinion, the Knicks didn't play a game as if it was an elimination game, right? They played this game as if it was a really tough playoff game and they wanted to be in a game 7. Well, if you want to be in a game 7, you have to value game 6, right? Because you didn't value game 1 and you didn't value game 2. So now you have to double down at the back end of a series, right? So it's one of those things, man, where it's like my disappointment goes beyond what normal disappointment is, right? Like it goes beyond, because I know you're aware, but I don't know if you feel the gravity of it. But the Knicks hadn't been in the Eastern Conference Finals for 25 years, right?
Yeah.
We're here, but it doesn't guarantee we'll be here for another 25 years. Because that team that lost in the Eastern Conference Finals in 2000 probably thought, well, we'll just regroup and be back here next year. Wrong. And so I thought right now, maybe, well, we'll regroup and be back here next year. Nothing's guaranteed. And that's why I'm taking this a little bit heavier taking this a little bit heavier than I would normally take a playoff loss. If this was a first round loss, we were 41-41, then I'd be like, okay, we got something to build on.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Hey, Cash, let me finish, bro. I'll let you know.
No, go ahead, man. No, I'm listening.
Okay. All right. So here's the thing. When you get this close and you realize Indiana has something that you can't overcome, and they took the step from Eastern Conference Finals to NBA Finals, and you lost to them 2 years in a row, that means Indiana could possibly be in the mix in your way again next year. Right? That means they could possibly be in the mix for this thing next year. And so when you're that close, when you're in a game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals, that basically means you're 2 wins away from being in the NBA Finals. That basically means you're only 6 wins. You're 2 weeks worth of wins away from being an NBA champ. But you lost. We lost. And so when I think about how I feel in this moment is one of those moments of not sadness, but sorrow and dread. Right? It's kind of like if you ever had a lottery ticket and you had 4 of the numbers and the lucky Powerball number was 18 and you chose 17, or the lucky Powerball number was 32 and you chose 23. Right? That's what I feel like right now in this moment. Cash, how you feeling, bro?
I'm good, man. I feel pretty good. Appreciate those sentiments from you and Coach as well. Just to kind of give a little history lesson, you kind of touched on it, and that's what I was thinking about in your monologue there when you were referring to the last time we was here. There was no social media, there was no no X, none of that. But the optimism that was there with the fan base for just to rehash for our Knicks fans. I know that you brothers were there, but I know we have also a lot of a younger viewing audience who may not be aware of the optimism that we had in '99 in winning the Eastern Conference. Well, again, first of all, getting to the Eastern Conference Finals, and of course, winning and getting to the finals of the fan base in New York at the time. And man, it was crazy. It was crazy then. And at that time, we were an 8th seed. We weren't even expected to get out the first round of the playoffs. I'm sure both of you guys remember, the teams that we played, to get to that point. And one of the teams that we did beat to get to the finals, which happened to be the Indiana Pacers. But the optimism that we had at that time would just sent the city into a frenzy. And I think it would be safe to say that as fans, we haven't felt that since then. I mean, I'm only speaking for myself. I mean, I can't speak for you guys, though. You were you were there and seeing what was going on during that time period. But yeah, it's a long time, 25 years, man. Yeah, and for a lot of our viewing audience, younger Knicks fans, that's their life. I mean, for us, it's just another page or another chapter in our books that that we've been walking upon this earth. And so to see that book close tonight, yeah, it's very disheartening. It's a hard pill to swallow for sure.
Okay.
Seeing that that we were right there on the cusp, and that it just, if we made maybe just a few little adjustments here and there, the opportunity. You mentioned the word opportunity, which I concur for sure that opportunity in some areas where we could have done some things that maybe, just maybe, we could still be playing. But I just wanted to point that out.
All right, so I'm gonna do a couple of things. First, I want to get Coach's reaction to what happened in Game 6, because I think speaking about what happened in Game 6 is more important than what happened in Game 5 and Game 4 and things of that sort, right? Because we'll have all offseason to talk about, to speculate about trades and draft and free agency, right? But tonight, at least for the first part, so we can encapsulate the show. I'm just going to do it in kind of like in a segment. Coach, how did you feel about the coaching battle, the two coaches? How do you feel like they faced off?
I mean, Trying to see where to start. Number one, in the end, Rick Carlisle outcoached Tom Thibodeau's point blank, period. I watched a team's defense that continued to do switches and switches and switches because of how Indiana Pacers kept doing that top of the key weave and the double screens. Like, yes, Siakam cooked, but Rick Carlisle was smart enough because he saw how our defense is and how Tibbs wouldn't get off of it. How OG hardly ever defended Siakam. That's why Siakam went off, because Rick Carlisle knew that if they did this certain thing on offense, that we're just going to switch off. And then our better defenders are going to be on guys that don't need to be defended anyway. And then all of a sudden, you get one of our two worst defenders defending him, where he gets back down in the paint with Brunson. Brunson getting switched to Siakam. And then Cat defending. Oh, you're on mute, Freezy. Oh, you might be on the phone. My bad. I saw Tom Thibodeau. I will give him credit for using his bench finally. I think it was 85 games too late. You shouldn't be doing anything. You shouldn't be making these. It's a too little too late. And then when you did make this change, you actually, Landry Shamet showed in this game. Tom Thibodeau says it with his own words, I let the game dictate my decisions. Well, the game showed me that Landry Shamet is playing with a lot of defensive energy. He made 2 threes last game. He made a 3 this game, and then on the next possession, he passed out of a 3 and made a nice pass in the paint. And he's giving you energy on defense. He's actually fighting over and around the screens. And then you don't play him at all in the third quarter. Like, this is Tom Thibodeau 101. You used Mitch to start the game, and he's had an amazing first half every game. But yet, you take out all the starters, you leave Mitch in for the first 11 minutes of the game, and then you hardly play his ass in the second half when Hart is pooping the bed. So he was out.
So is it a strategic thing, or is it a reaction thing? You got to tell me so I can know how to follow.
Well, number one, I don't think his schemes fit our roster
strategy. So that's the
strategy. So that's I feel the number one problem.
Okay.
The number two problem is he's not making the proper adjustments personnel wise.
So he don't know how to react to what he sees on the floor.
Right.
Okay.
Now, I will give him credit. He was the best he's ever been in the series and this playoffs, this particular game, at coming out of a timeout. I don't know what the 2 big timeouts, like mid to late game, we came out and made 2 good runs out of our timeouts, but it only lasted about a minute or 2, and then it went right back to whatever the hell else it was. Yeah.
So now it's like the fitted. Now it's like the fitted sheet, right? You fix one part of the thing, and then another side pop off.
The other corner pop off. When you should have just bought them, went on Amazon or went to Temu and bought them little $3 or $4 corner latch things.
Yeah.
Keep them fitted sheets on there.
Yep. Landry Shamet, basically. Basically, go to Temu and play Landry Shamet.
Yeah, I didn't think I was gonna be saying it, but one thing Landry Shamet is, he's a professional that plays what his position like. Landry Shamet is what Josh Hart is supposed to be, like a 6'4" energy guy that can make threes. Like there's a lot of guys like that, and then he's a pro. If you get, I said this during the playback, if you give Landry Shamet Josh Hart's minutes, except for rebounding, he's going to produce more offense and he's going to take care of the ball better and he's going to have better energy on defense. Now, you don't use Landry Shamet to defend wings, but Landry Shamet defending the off ball guards and stuff, he does great at that. And catch and shoot threes. He actually did things at bringing the ball up the court. He made the right decisions on a couple of times. I'm not saying Landry Shamet's the answer. Don't get me. I'm just saying, like, it's just someone that I noticed was a professional when he came in the game. Now, I know a lot of this is on Leon Rose, this part. We didn't bring in enough guys that can handle the ball. But we'll talk about that.
Right. Yeah, because right now I just want to get a gauge on the coaches battle.
But as far as the coaching go, when you know your team has limitations on ball handling and you have really, when you have Hart in the game, you have 3 weaknesses on defense. You need to run a certain scheme that puts you in the best position for them to succeed. Like, we can get mad all we want at Cat and Brunson and Hart on their defense. But if you handcuff yourself even more by putting them 3 in a kind of a defense that doesn't suit their strengths or hide their weaknesses, then you're doubling down on some BS. You're doubling down on the problem. It's coaching 101 is know your limitations, like hide your weaknesses and build on your strengths. And we're not doing that. Like, if we're not shooting well for no other reason, Mitch has got to play. And I'm not complaining about Mitch's minutes. He had 30 minutes. I'm not complaining, but he had 11 in the first quarter.
Yeah.
So we needed those offensive boards in the second half during them runs when we were kind of coming back and then we had a few misses. It would have been nice to have Mitch in there to get them rebounds instead of Josh Hart.
Bro.
Yeah.
Let me ask Cash. Cash, what did you think about the coaching battle, Carlisle versus Tom Thibodeau?
Carlisle outcoached Thibodeau. Coach definitely hit all the high points. I personally got frustrated with Cat in his drop coverage. We already know that Cat has his limitations on defense, that he's not a great defender. But in this game, with everything on the line, you have to trust that, somebody's going to have your back and you got to communicate. In other words, instead of dropping back, man, he should have been stepping up and say, somebody get my back, man. Somebody back me up because I'm stepping up. I mean, Halliburton in that stretch in the fourth quarter, how many easy shots he had? He got into the lane, and then you see Cat come up and he's stepping backwards. No, Cat
is that a scheme or a player decision? Go ahead, Cat.
And that's an excellent question. I have to say that that's a scheme. Because when you look at I'm sure if you look at the film and see the consistency of the different teams that the Knicks have played, not only in the playoffs, but even in the regular season, what do we see with Cat? Drop coverage. Every time. Every time. So I think that's
It's
a
not
coach
just
a
not just
coaching
Cat though,
decision.
in that defense, right? Is Tom Thibodeau having his centers in drop coverage every time?
Well, it seems that way.
Yeah, I've seen Mitch do it a few times too.
Yeah, because it sounds like when you say it that way, it sounds like, oh man, Cat is limited. You can only play Cat in drop coverage. But then when you see others play the same coverage, then maybe it's not just Cat, because we know Cat has defensive limitations, right? And I'm not saying he's a bad defender. Coach heard me say this a million times, that he can guard, and when he's not in drop coverage, he's a pretty good defender, right? When he's not in drop coverage, right? The only thing is, when you put a dude that's 7 foot, 260 pounds, ask him to do power forward stuff, it puts wear and tear on the body.
Yeah,
right?
you're absolutely right, and I think that, not to say maybe schematically that it couldn't work, but I think if it was Mitchell Robinson, as you just mentioned, because we have seen Mitchell Robinson, I think a lot of the results would have been different, because Mitchell Robinson, because of his athleticism, because of his length, his recovery of what he can do on defense. I mean, we've seen how amazing he is.
Right.
I think it would definitely, the results will be different.
Right. Like, and I'm glad you stated it that way, because I don't want to shape your opinion. I was just wanting to ask questions to make sure I get a clearer understanding of the direction that you were going.
Mm-hmm.
If I have to ask myself the question about the coaching battle, Carlisle versus Tibbs, I would love to sit here on a Saturday night and say that Tom Thibodeau outcoached Rick Carlisle, but we didn't have the correct personnel. But I'll be telling you a bold-faced lie directly to your face. In my opinion, going back to October, the Knicks had a championship roster. The roster going all the way back to October, to me, was a championship level roster. And I know this is going to sound crazy, but I think Mitch coming back in March might be one of the best things that helped to happen to us for Mitch, because having big man make it through the season without getting an injury has been
Comforting.
a challenge for us. Right? It's been a challenge for us. And that's no knock on Mitch. That's just, the facts are what they are. Right? The fact that Cat made it through the entire season, Mitch came back and didn't get another injury or a significant injury, because everybody gets hurt, but not everyone gets injured. Right? And so as I sit here thinking about the adjustments Rick Carlisle made versus the adjustments that Tom Thibodeau made, what I saw was when Rick Carlisle had a mismatch, he exploited it until the other coach had to do something about it. Tom Thibodeau painted by numbers. Even in this game, down 12, Cat started getting. Coach told me at halftime, like, bro, if Cat don't do something this quarter or this half, I can't remember if Coach said quarter or half. One of them, he said, if Cat don't do something, then Cat is going to be on a rotisserie. We're going to roast Cat all summer. And like right on cue, Cat started cooking and scored. I think he scored like 8 straight Knicks points, right? Missed a few free throws in there. Some of that is concerning. Makes me think Cat is more injured than we think he is. But the fact that he finished, when Coach said that, I think Cat had 12 points. He finished the game with
24
points. Right. When Coach said that, Cat was 4 of 13. When Coach said that, Cat was 4 of 13. Cat finished the game 8 of 19, so 4 of 13. So he made 4 out of his last 6. So Cat made 4 out of his last 6 shots and
Right.
some free throws, right? But as soon as Cat started cooking,
Took him out.
Tom Thibodeau took Cat out of the game. When you're desperate for offense, when you were struggling offensively, turning the ball over like omelets, you take Cat out of the game, and next thing you know, the lead stretches. One other thing I'm going to say too, right? The Pacers were up 19 with Brunson on the bench. The Knicks whittled the lead down to 10. And I pointed out to Coach in that moment, Coach, the lead is 10. Watch this.
Yeah.
And from that moment on, we could not get the lead under 8. And then with Brunson on the floor, the lead ballooned to 16 points. Now, one could take those words that I just mentioned as, hey, Uncle Freezy, are you saying that it's Jalen Brunson's fault? And what I'm saying to you is, no, it's not Jalen Brunson's fault. It's Tom Thibodeau's fault. He couldn't figure out how to sustain offense with Jalen Brunson on the floor, who's an offensive player. You bring in more offense to an offense that finally started to cook, and your offense started hustling backwards. That's on the coach. That's not on the players. You finally found a rhythm, a vibe, and then the coach does something.
Yeah. Like his sub pattern has nothing to. His sub pattern, the only time he deviates from his sub patterns is because of injury or foul trouble. Other than that, it don't matter how good or bad someone's playing. Josh Hart can get 5 turnovers in a row and he's gonna leave him in.
Right. I want to.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, but
I was going to say, it sounds like that. One thing looking forward, that Tom Thibodeau has to learn not to be a systematic substitutioner. In other words, he should be more of a.
We're going to use that all summer, bro.
He should be more of a reactive substitutioner.
right.
In other words, based on the performance of what's going on in the game, as opposed to a system. Coach, you know where I'm going with this. It's
Exactly.
like, okay, it's 3 minutes and 25 seconds. I don't care if he's made 5 threes in a row.
Right.
According to the system, we got to take these guys out and put these guys in.
Yep.
Even though these guys are cooking offensive and defensively.
That man says systematic substitutioner, coach.
Like he wound up because it was Brunson and Bridges' turn to take a break. We were down 14 with no offense at all going. We needed buckets, and he took out, mind you, with Cat out of the game already too. He took out Brunson and Bridges, and we were actually running with Mitch, Hart, Shamet, DeLon Wright, and Deuce. That's a lineup he put out when we were down 14 and we needed buckets. I understand we needed stops. I get that 100%. But you have no one to generate offense with that group. Like, and then eventually Cat plays with that group, which I'm not a big fan of, because then you got Josh Hart as your second biggest player in that group. And that you can't compete like that. Then you gotta worry about Cat defending the paint himself and getting all the rebounds. And hopefully Josh gets a couple. While everyone else, it boggles my mind. The fact that Precious Achiuwa didn't play boggles my mind.
I got a question about that. I wanted to talk about the bench. just really quick. So Cash, we spoke about the coaches. We spoke about how we feel after this loss. I want to speak about the benches between the two teams. So Cash, what stood out to you about the performance of both benches in either direction?
Carlisle definitely went deep into his bench, and he got production out of his bench. Now, who would have thought going into this game, Thomas Bryant, and I quote, and I mentioned again, Thomas Bryant of all people, hitting 3 threes. Come on now. No one expected that. Rick Carlisle got what he needed out of his bench, and we didn't. I mean, I know that.
But why though?
Why?
Yeah, like how did these things occur?
For Carlisle, between injury and foul trouble, why certain players played. Because think about it. Before Thomas Bryant in Game 6 here, remember he was playing Bradley. He had Bradley playing, and then when Bradley got injured, he had no choice but to play Thomas Bryant. He was the next man up, and he came through for
And here's the thing. As a professional, okay, you can't expect it's hard to just come into a game cold and get in the flow of the game. It's one thing if it's a game by game thing, but when you've been sitting for 12 weeks or 4 weeks and all of a sudden you're put into a playoff atmosphere, I mean, the Pacers bench is already used to that, being in the flow, because they've been in the flow with that team all year. All those bench guys are used. Thomas Bryant's been playing all year. Jarris Walker's been playing all year. Like they got their bench guys been playing all year. Our bench guys may go 6 games with a DNP before they play again. So obviously we can't expect our bench to do well because they're never counted on for nothing. And that's on the coaching. Whether our bench is less talented or not has nothing to even do with it. Like their bench outscored our bench like 36. If it wasn't for Shamit's 3 threes at the last game, we only had, let me see, 2, 6, 8. We had 8. We had 11 points going into that. But right before Shamit had those 3 threes at the end of the game, we only had 11 bench points. And we were actually proud of Tibbs playing the bench more in the first quarter than he ever has.
Right.
And then he stopped doing it.
And one other thing too, both teams that are in the finals as we speak play 9, 10, 11 deep.
Yeah.
Both teams.
HRM, thank you for the generous contribution. HRM says, great year. Appreciate all the hard work. Made the year very enjoyable. Can't wait till summer and watch the kids play. Tibbs better play bench moving forward. Appreciate that. 27 is in the building. 27, thank you for the generous contribution. 27 says the difference is the Pacers have a system, so it doesn't matter which bench player Carlisle subs in. They all do the same thing. And so, Cash, thank you for sharing how you feel about the bench, man. And 27 again says, thank you again, too, by the way. Tibbs' system is get the ball to your superstar. Our bench isn't used to seeing the court or running plays. Man, we appreciate that, Coach. You chimed in a little bit on Cash when Cash was chopping it up. You have anything left about both benches?
Yeah, just like
If you don't, it's all right, man.
No, I do. It's something that, to me, this has been an accumulation problem, like for us at our bench. It's hard for us to get mad at our bench guys for not stepping up when they haven't been given an opportunity all year to get in the flow of this scheme and this rotation and this team. Now I'm not saying that the 5 rookies, and I know, forgive me for leaving out Anton Watson and Beauchamp. I'm not talking about them guys, but these other, and I know McCullough was hurt most of the year, but we got 5 young guys that we drafted: Kolick, Hukporty, Dottier, and McCullough. That all year, I know there's the G League, but there's all year that at least 1 or 2 of them guys could have played a lot more minutes with our starters, with our other bench guys. One of those guys could have hit on something, because actually all 5, in a rare move by the Knicks, this is the first time that we had 5 draft picks that were actually, they're all prototypical size NBA guys. Like, we got 2 long athletic wings that are willing shooters. We got a long athletic bouncy big with Hukporty, and we got a traditional point guard type in Kolick that can actually hit the 3 a little bit, and that can handle the ball and distribute. So we missed the boat on developing or seeing what we had in one of those 5 guys. And now all these 5 guys are going to have a rookie year 2.0 next year because they all haven't had a real run.
Yeah.
So because of that, we just decided to roll with, let's just throw a couple of minimum salary, veterans, and see if they step up and play whenever I feel like putting them in. Like that's what we did. There's no chemistry built. Yeah, there's a lot of practice that goes on and stuff, but you have no chemistry or continuity. Even with this nice little change he made these last 3 games, if he would have done that, what he did these last 3 games, like for the last 30 games, like since Mitch came back, it might have looked better. But it was too too late.
All right, hold on, Cash. Let me get my point in on the topic of the benches. Issue 1 to me with the benches is there are no prototypical role player off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
Right. There is no prototype archetype player off the bench. 2, about the bench, guys get minutes, but they don't get roles off the bench. Right? Like you come off the bench and you go out and you play hard. Right? Right. 3, we came into the season, or we came into the playoffs with a set bench that led us or with bench players that led us to 51 wins, and then we get in the playoffs, and then we start playing DeLon Wright over campaign, right? And so while it seems on the surface to be the better play for defense, why didn't you play DeLon Wright during the regular season so that he'd be more amenable to what it is that you like to do? Or how about this? How about play Cameron Payne and DeLon Wright together for stretches during the regular season, and then when the playoffs get here, you don't have to totally eliminate Cameron Payne, who had been the backup point guard all season. You legitimately benched your backup point guard in the playoffs to experiment with a guy that you hadn't played all season, right? And then on top of that, the icing on the cake is you bench Josh Hart to start Mitchell Robinson when Mitchell Robinson probably should have been starting as early as April 1st. Right? It's May 31st. Mitchell Robinson should have been starting 60 days ago. But when you play politics and Game of Thrones and favorites, it leads you to these odd scenarios where the fans can't follow what it is that you're looking to do. Right? Now, in terms of the players themselves, there was a lot of Washington Generals looking play out there from the Knicks bench. Right? There's a lot of bad passes, no chemistry type plays, poor fundamental plays, a lot of missed free throws. There are a lot of things that happened with our bench players. And quite frankly, if I'm the Knicks, I'm looking at who my starting five is going into the offseason and everybody else. And I mean who are my top five guys? And everyone else can be had. I'm not saying I'm shipping them off. I'm not jettisoning them, right? I'm not sending players off being spiteful. But if the right deal comes along, right? If the right deal comes along, I am indeed looking at some type of upgrade. For the first and immediate upgrade is backup point guard. We gotta have somebody to put on the floor with Brunson, so when Brunson gets trapped, he doesn't dribble deeper into Jalen Brunson. When the trap comes, you don't beat it by dribbling into the trap harder. That's not how you beat the trap. You recognize the trap early and freeze your feet, right? You can still dribble, but freeze your feet and make the trap come to you. That way you have more square footage on the floor going towards the rim. If two are on one, that means four are on three behind you, or behind them, I should say. Right? Also, I'm gonna say this about the bench, and it's no shot at anyone. The reason why the Knicks are not the NBA champs right now is because the Knicks only had one great game of three-point shooting in the playoffs. That was Game 6 against Boston. They had one great game of three-point shooting. One. Right? And I'm not talking about like going 28 for 42. I'm talking about going 18 for 32.
Right.
We hadn't had a game like that. Right? And what that tells me is these guys can't shoot. Now, why can't they shoot? Is it the fact that they are non-shooters, or are they putting too many miles? Do they have any energy left in their legs? Because every NBA minute that you play is not a high leverage NBA minute, right? Every minute that you play in a game is not like every minute that you play doesn't feel like the last 5 minutes of a game, right? Some of it is just everybody cruising. It's cardio. Maybe you up by a lot. Maybe the other team's turning the ball over. Maybe you're making short trips. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's a high free throw game where they keep blowing the whistle so you get time to stop and rest, right? Or maybe sometimes they don't blow the whistle at all. It's mad physical. The pace is crazy. So you play 4 minutes, but it feels like 14 minutes. And then there's other times you play 14 minutes and it only feels like 4 minutes. But in order for the Knicks to get over the hump, in my opinion, is they have to deepen the bench, get more three-point shooting, and add another ball handler. I think the bigs are fine. Bring in Precious, Mitch, and Cat will be fine. The team that beat us, they beat us with Thomas Bryant, Obi Toppin, and damn Miles Turner. Does that sound like Lou Alcindor at center? Nah. Precious, Mitch, and Cat should be fine, right? My thing is, when you get these corner threes, you got to knock these shots down, right? When you get these ISOs at the top of the key, you got to be able to beat your man off the dribble, get to the basket, and either score or create open looks for others. Tyrese Halliburton does it, and he's not the fastest dude. Tyrese Halliburton is not fast. He's crafty, and he's a willing passer, right? So the Knicks don't need to go get John Morant. The Knicks just need a guy off the bench that can create shots for himself and others. Deuce is not that guy. Cameron Payne is not that guy. DeLon Wright is not that guy. Right now, Tyler Kolek is not that guy because his shot's not going. But when his shot starts to go, you'll see the kind of gravity that he creates, right? Tyler Kolek, the TKO just needs seasoning, right? My only other thing about the bench is we're the only team in the league that I've seen that doesn't have a guy that can go off for 25 and 30 points. Like, think about what I'm saying. Chat, think about what I'm saying. When's the last time you saw the Knicks with a guy that had the capability of going off for 25 or 20, 25, 30 points? I would either Derrick Rose or Alec Burks.
Yeah, that's what I said. Maybe Alec Burks or Rose.
Yeah. And so the thing is, ultimately, am I pointing the finger at a specific person for this playoff loss? Yes. Is it a classy move? No. I never promised you I'd be classy. I'm a fan, right? One other thing about the Knicks bench is they have zero identity. If I ask you, what type of bench do we have? Do we have a transition bench? Do we have a rebounding bench? Do we have a defensive bench? Do we have an offensive bench? None of us know. None of us know what the bench is, right? Because in theory, we really don't know what type of team we are. Because you can't be a defensive team with a defensive-minded head coach and not be a great defensive team. It makes no sense. And you can't be an offensive team, right, with all these great offensive players, a defensive-minded head coach, and not score as points like the Indiana Pacers or Boston Celtics. So with that, we have plenty of stuff to talk about during the summer. Want to ask Coach this, because I started with Cash last time. Coach, how do you feel about the Knicks starters?
Are we talking about what the starters have been with Hart or the starters with Mitch?
I'm talking about the starting five, whichever version of it that you want to talk. I'm not trying to carve out what you want to say.
Okay.
And I appreciate the fact that you asked me to clarify the question. Yeah. But however you view it, like, how do you view the starting five?
We have a hole that needs to be filled in our starting five. Like, I don't mind Mitch being a starter, but the problem I don't like about it is making Cat a 4. And that goes against Cat's strengths. Like, Cat is dominant when he's a 5. Like, if Mitch is the de facto 4 when it comes to like the defense and stuff like that, it's fine. And it's great. But when we need to count on Mitch for 4 or 5 offense stuff, and then you have to count on Cat for it's not a good blend, because let's face it, Twin Towers doesn't work in the NBA. It hasn't in a long time.
No.
And it's not a knock on Mitch, and it's not a knock on Cat. If they can coexist, they should definitely play 12 to 15 minutes a game together. I agree 100%.
And not all at once, though, Tibbs.
Right. Not exactly. Yeah, that's the other thing. Now,
You play all at once in the second quarter, and you don't see it no more. Like,
right.
weird.
Yeah. Like using Josh Hart strictly. Josh Hart is unfortunately vertically challenged at what his strengths are. Tibbs uses him as a 6'4" power forward when really he's a 6'4" shooting guard that can rebound well for a guard, but can't shoot for crap for a guard or create offense for other people as much as he should. Because of that, when you have Hart in the starting lineup, you have three people that are a liability on defense. When you have two of probably the top three defenders at their position, at the other two positions, you're wasting the talent of those two guys when you have three guys that can't defend with them. It negates all of the strength that we could have if we had a third great defender with the two weak defenders we have. So, in my eyes, we need another ball handler that can take the load off and bring the ball up the court, and play make with Brunson, so Brunson can play a lot of two ball like Kyrie's done later here in his career, and or a real stretch four to start. Like, and then the bench is a whole nother answer. But as far as the starting goes, that's what we need. Someone like a D'Angelo Russell, like, would be a good guy to play guard with Brunson. I don't know how good he is on defense though.
Bad.
He's not a good defender either. So
bad, yeah.
I mean, offensively, he'd be a nice addition. Like he'd be the perfect guy off the bench. A guy like D'Angelo Russell type, like he can come in and get you some buckets. You know what I'm saying? But you don't need. We already have a whole bench full of defenders. It's okay to have an offense-minded guy off the bench that gets you buckets, like you said. It'll give you 20, 25 in a game. But we're talking about the starters. I think we still need a fifth star. I think either another guard, a combo guard, hopefully a taller one that can also be a de facto wing sometimes too. But that someone built like Mikhail Brunson but is a better ball handler would be nice.
Right.
To be that fifth starter. Like someone like, I'm not trying to drudge up old stuff, but Dante DiVincenzo would be a perfect starter with this group. I think, like his skill tree, because he's a good enough defender too, But
I would probably say whoever, as far as the starting
let me catch before you did, Coach. You finished?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
We definitely one more piece in the end, is what I'm saying.
I would say whoever it is in the starting lineup, and I don't know who fits the profile. I mean, as the summer wears on, there may be players that come up that may fit the profile. Because of the fact that we have two defensive liabilities, that person is going to be able to play some defense, number one. Number two, he's got to be a capable ball handler / playmaker. I mean, he doesn't have to be very skilled, skilled like a point guard, but he also has to be a capable ball handler to be able to bring the ball up, to take some pressure off of Jalen Brunson and bringing the ball up. So I would say defense first because of the liabilities that we have, and then also be creative and have some playmaking ability where he can bring the ball up. Also, too, as you mentioned, Coach, a taller player. I would say definitely no shorter than 6'4", 6'5". I mean, if the person's taller and can play, as you mentioned, that de facto wing, that would be beautiful. I mean, as far as players that come to mind, and then I know this is really reaching. I'm thinking about Penny Hardaway. It would be wonderful if we could have find somebody that has the that is able to defend, but at the same time has the the offensive acumen of a Penny Hardaway. Maybe not the athleticism or whatever, but at least the offensive acumen of him. That would be a game changer. That would be a beautiful thing. And as far as the bench, looking at to the bench, um, our youth that we made reference to has a year of watching and seeing what's going on, and hopefully that they all can take a step forward. And I think the one player that's going to be first to hit is going to be Huck Porty, because he's getting a lot of education right now. Seeing, watching. I see Ewing is coaching him in the shadows. Obviously, Mark Bryan is coaching him in the shadows. He's gotten a lot of praise from even Dolan himself. I see him as a strong candidate cracking the rotation next year, especially if the Knicks decide to go with a Robinson and Cat lineup. I mean, we don't know. I mean, it has its pros, it has its cons, as you made reference to. But if they were to go with that lineup, I think Huck Porty would be an important piece in terms of supporting them, because we know, again, with Mitch, we, like you said, we don't want him to get injured. We don't need him playing a whole lot of minutes. Cat, same thing with the fact that he could become injured. So we're definitely going to need some support, in terms of someone that of size that can help and go on with the unit. I mean, it's some holes to fill, and it'll just be interesting to see how things develop, as we go into the summer.
Wow, that was I'm lost about the starters though. So I mean,
Oh,
so are you saying that you feel comfortable with Mitch and we already have pieces to backfill the bench?
in terms of people of size, we got Mitch, we got Cat, we have Huck Porty.
Yep.
I don't know if Precious is going to be around. I'm going to keep it real. I don't know if he's going to be around, because he's going to be a hot commodity. People are going to come for him, and I'm sure Leon Rose is, if he can get the right person to and make a move, I think we should welcome that. It's going to be interesting, because one or two things are going to happen, considering the salary cap as well. We got to look at Bridges being signed long term. I mean, that's really probably the biggest one. I mean, everybody else is pretty much locked down, but that's a question. What's going to happen with Precious going forward? Because remember, he only signed a 1-year deal, so it's just going to be interesting to see what happens going forward with that situation. I mean, certainly he will provide the depth that we need in terms of size, but by using him maybe as a trade chip, he could offer us other options. We have to wait and see what happens.
I'm gonna say this about the starters. I think the starters are fine. Either way you go about it, the starters will be fine. whether it's Mitch off the bench, Josh off the bench, I think the Knicks will be fine. Yeah, I do think though there has to be a philosophy change with the way that we approach current NBA defense. Right? There has to be a philosophy change with the way that we address current NBA offense. Right? Your offense cannot be give it to Brunson and everybody else spot up, because you're not making the best use of your all-star center. Right? And it cannot be in this version of the Knicks offense. I don't think you can have a Cat and Brunson play extended minutes together on offense, because they both do the same thing. Both are ball dominant, 3-point shooters that get buckets and bunches. And what that means is when one is getting buckets and bunches, that means the other one is not being used.
Yeah.
And if they're not being used, why are they out there on offense when they're a detriment on defense?
That's a good point.
What I would consider is this. If there is a move to be made, it has to be in the backcourt. It has to be in the backcourt, starting with off-ball initiating and on-ball defense. Right? Bridges is an excellent wing player, in my opinion, that's been played out of role. And that's why Bridges looks the way he looked. Like you don't give up 6 first-round picks and for a guy that's gonna look like this. Right? This right here, what Tom Thibodeau did with Mikal Bridges was egregious. Right? I'm on X. I'm looking on X right now. People are talking about trading Bridges. You know where I would start? Moving the coach.
Yep.
Right? If Bridges is not doing what's expected, maybe he's miscast. Like how you like how we take our Toyota Corolla to move a couch. Why are you going to try to move a sofa on top of a Toyota Corolla? He's miscast.
Yep.
Right? And so listen, these dudes like playing with each other. You don't often find that on an NBA team. Most NBA teams, there is a climb to the top. Somebody in the group who's not the man is looking to be the man. That's generally how it works. Right? That's like if you're the starting running back, you have to be perfect every day, because the backup running back wants to be, guess what? The starting running back. Yeah. Right? The backup quarterback is always going to throw shade at the starting quarterback, right? Not overtly, but the backup quarterback is always going to say stuff like, yeah, we got to play better as a team. We got to be able to continue drives. Basically, what he's saying is the quarterback's not doing it. You know what I'm saying? We don't have that. We don't have that. Basically, what we have is 5 guys that want to play together, that like playing together. They enjoy being led by Jalen Brunson. Right? They enjoy being led by Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson might be the best leader outside of Steph Curry in the NBA. Right? I'm talking about in terms of backcourt guys. I know the leaders are all over the place, but y'all get the drift. Right? The thing that I don't understand with Tom Thibodeau is, why would you Knicks Nation beat me to the point. Y'all like read my mind, right? I got to find some new hats. Because y'all read my mind too fast, right? Okay, so here's the thing. Why do you get Mikal Bridges only to play him as if his name is Quentin Grimes? Chat, why did we trade all of these picks to get a guy and bring him in here
And use him
so
as
John Thibodeau can use him as if he's Quentin Grimes.
Yep.
It makes no sense. Is your system that impressive? Who went first? I'm sorry. Who went first on the starters thing? Was it you, Coach, or was it Cash? Cash went first.
I think I did.
Coach went first. Coach went first.
Okay. Hey, Cash, I'm gonna pass the mic, man. I ain't gonna hog it. My bad.
No, you in your bag. Go.
Go ahead, Freezy.
Not good, Cash.
Oh no. That's an interesting point, and I think that's on the coach. I look at his skill set. You have to look at what when you look at the personnel that you have on your team in any sport, whether it's football, basketball, baseball, whatever. When you look at them, you look at what they do good. Where are they skilled at? What makes them who they are? What makes them the player that they are? That the reputation that they have? Are they a good shooter? Are they a good defender, ball handler? Defense, free throw shooting, whatever your template is in evaluating this player to see what he is good at and where his strengths are and where his weaknesses. And that's up to the coach to be able to tap in and to use the strengths of a player and help to strengthen his weaknesses, or if those weaknesses can't be strengthened, to cover them up. And that falls on the coach. And I'm in agreement with you, Freezy, on I heard somebody in the chat say they playing Bridges like Cam Reddish, man. Man, that's cold-blooded. But anyway, yeah.
He is though.
Yeah, man. You gotta use the guy. I mean, my wife is a Brooklyn Nets fan, and she hated the fact that Bridges was treated. Oh man, I had to live with that in my house, man. It's like, oh my goodness. And I'm trying to get her to be a Knicks fan. But anyway, we've seen the tape of how Bridges was used in Brooklyn. I mean, obviously he's not going to be the number one option here, but he played way better. I mean, the tape is the proof is in the tape. So you take that as a template when you, again, like I say, you look and you evaluate this player and you use that, man, and you make it work for your team. You plug and play, man. And that's on the coach, man. That's on the coaching staff, man. And right now we got all summer to do that, man. We got all summer to do that. Make this stuff work, man. It can work. And if not, make trades, do whatever. But that's on coach. That's on coaching and and management to make that decision. So, of course, we trust the Don to do that. So we'll see what happens.
You talking about the starters? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Coach, I want to ask you an NBA question. This has nothing to do with the Knicks, but I'm going to get back to the Knicks, right? I just need a woosah moment, right? The Indiana Pacers and the Oklahoma City Thunder are going to be in the NBA Finals. As a sports fan, what's your thoughts on seeing Indiana and Oklahoma City in the NBA Finals?
It's going to be the lowest rated finals in NBA history. And personally, I would be, because I am such a sports geek and nerd, I'll check out some of the games, but I probably won't watch the whole game. I'm a big iHeart fan on a personal level. I like to watch him for a little bit. Hey, look at him. But I get bored watching other teams after a minute, bro. And I'm ahead. This game, that series doesn't intrigue me at all. I just doesn't. And I'm not trying to be crusty and butthurt because the Knicks lost. But I don't know, man. It's gonna be a hard watch. Like for me, for not only just because my team lost and I was gonna the whole time be wishing we were there.
Well, let me throw a fly.
All right.
I'm gonna put a fly in your soup
All right.
of the
Man.
final four teams. Yeah, and it was I like
Man, that was French onion soup, bro. Too.
You like French onion? I like I'm it with croutons, bro.
Yeah.
I like French onion with croutons. But of the final four teams left in the playoffs, 3 of the teams had all-star caliber lead guards that are 6'5" and above.
Mhm.
One team had a all-star caliber point guard that's how tall is Brunson? 6'4"?
Brunson?
Yeah. 6'3"?
6'2". 6'2".
So whatever.
Lucky.
6'2".
Okay. Okay. All right. So think about the size of the primary playmakers that were in the final four. Anthony Edwards, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah.
Does that send a message to you as a Knicks fan?
And how tall is Mike Conley?
Man, I don't know. 6 foot?
6 foot, maybe 6'1".
Maybe 6'1".
Technically, he's
6 foot, maybe 6'1".
Nah, he coach. He did no initiate and playmaking.
No, I know, but like even when even Ant Edwards has a Conley in the backcourt with him. That's the point. Like we don't even have that. Like someone solid that can also take the pressure off your star.
Right.
To bring the ball up the court and initiate the offense and do all the scoring. Like it's hard to ask
and be an outlet valve.
Yeah. But I know exactly what you're saying. Because even SGA has a Jalen Williams who can bring it up the court.
Yeah. And a Kason Wallace.
Yeah.
Does that mean anything to you, though?
I mean, I guess it gets back to the old can a short guard be a short player be your best player and be a champion conversation they were having the last couple of years. And I think you can if you have the right guy next to him. Because who was Allen Iverson's 2 guard?
Aaron McKee.
Eric Snow.
No, Aaron McKee.
Oh yeah, Eric Snow.
Yeah, Eric Snow. Eric Snow was the 2 guard. Aaron McKee was the 4.
I mean,
sorry.
I'm not saying Brunson's AI, but that's the kind of other guard you got to have. Guys like that.
Right.
Someone that is capable if they have an open shot. You can't just leave them open. You trust them in decision making the right passes. You trust them in dribbling up the court. If they're good enough on defense to defend somebody, that's just what you need. And we ain't got that next to him. Like no one checks all those boxes. Like, yeah, sure, Mikal Bridges can drill up the court sometimes, but he ain't it with that.
Okay.
He can defend the perimeter, hell yeah. He can make some open shots here and there, yes. But like you said, we ain't using them right.
Okay.
There's a lot of guys we ain't using right.
Okay. Cash, what do you think about that, bro?
No, I agree. I mean, you guys pretty much hit all the nails on the head, man. That they're guys that are not being used right. Um, we have the summer to, the coaching staff to evaluate and make adjustments. Tips. I'll just say this. I mean, I ain't on the Tibbs thing. I support Tibbs, and he'll be back, but he's got to change some of his old school mentality to fit the modern game of NBA today, using the players and the skill set that they have. He can't be stuck in the '90s. He's gotta he's gotta make some changes, man, to his philosophy, to his. I mean, even us, man. I mean, just in life, man. Again, when I refer to like going back to '99, we had this platform. It wasn't nothing, man. It was like, you call somebody, or you talk to them on the phone, or if you saw Knicks fans, or somebody you knew in New York, you hooked up at a
You
sports
talk to
bar
him at work, man. I remember we used to Knicks
or
fans.
whatever, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Where now, look at what we got now. We didn't have this then. So that's what I mean by change, because because of time, and technology, things change. Now we on the verge of a lot of this AI stuff going on or whatever. So you got to change with the times, man. I mean, to give a coach.
Hey, Cash, let me ask you. You lost me, bro.
I'm sorry.
Because you said AI changing
Yeah.
times, the internet.
Yeah.
Nobody.
No, no, no. I was gonna
Yeah.
shout out a coach right quick. I was gonna mention the Popovich. Of course, he's since retired. But
Right,
look at
right.
what he's done, man, over time as a coach, man. Well respected. Nobody doubts what he does with his team, the players he had, how he used them. But he adjusted, man, and he
Right.
brought out the best in the players he had, and obviously he got 5 rings to show for it.
Right.
So
But
I'm just saying
so
that.
what I'm saying to you is I asked Coach about um did size at the position matter? At the lead guard position, did size matter? Is what I was asking about.
Okay, bringing it back to there.
Yeah, like
Uh,
I didn't hear your opinion on it.
okay, all right, bringing it back to there. I'm going to say yes, because I look at some of the turnovers that Jalen Brunson had. Whereas if he was, say, 6'5", 6'6", maybe he doesn't make that pass, because at that size he can see over the defense. But at his size, he can't see over the defense. In other words, he has limitations because of his physical makeup, which is at no fault of his. But he has to, use his
What about
skill set.
what about would it be pertinent to get somebody of size to play along with Jalen Brunson's not going to grow.
No, he's not.
And
No,
he's going to continue to be an all-star.
right.
Is finding maybe somebody to play along with him the answer, or is changing your system the answer, or maybe changing the shooters, player personnel around him the answer? Which direction you think? What will probably get the best result for us?
Right now, I would say plug it. I would say plug and play. Basically, meaning get another player right now that can handle the ball, that's taller, they can see over the defense. I think I mentioned this earlier. Have some playmaking ability, and I like I said, I don't know who that player is. I can't identify who that player is at this moment. That's something I'm sure that we'll probably talk about going into the off season, draft and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, somebody of that caliber.
Is there anybody on the roster you think already?
No.
No, no,
Mm.
no. I have to tell you, man. I love Deuce, man, and I'm definitely a Deuce hive, a Deuce lover. But let me tell you something. If Deuce was like 6'6", 6'7", oh man, it would be a hell of a difference. We would see a hell of a difference.
Okay.
But,
All right.
here's the thing for me with that. Brunson, his faults And the problems he had in this series, and particularly this game, weren't height related. They were decision. It was decision related.
Okay.
Because I watched Jalen Brunson, where he lacks in height, he makes up for in strength. And because I'm sorry, how many times did you see like Brunson bullied Nesmith's ass, bro? Nesmith was bouncing off Brunson the whole series. People were talking about, oh, Nesmith was all over him. Well, I saw Brunson bully his ass to the rim many times. God,
Let me ask. Can I ask you a question about that?
yeah, go ahead.
Like, I don't want to interrupt you from getting in your bag. That's not what I'm doing. What I want to ask you is the physicality at the point guard position for Jalen Brunson, who is not ideal height, weight, athleticism, even age, right? Will this wear Jalen Brunson down over time?
Yes, and I'm glad you said that, because it was going to lead me to that eventually. Which right now, it's okay, it's happening, and it was perfect for him when he was at Dallas, what he was starting to turn into, because he had someone named Luka Doncic who was going to be being the main ball handler and taking care of that stuff. Well, I'm not saying there's not a Luka in the league that we can grab to be our next other guy, but we can get someone that can go in the backcourt with him that can be a 1A when it comes to the ball handling and the playmaking and the distributing. Like, I was going to say this earlier, but I was refraining from talking about off-season stuff, and I know he's been considered a bust, but he's got a skill set. Ben Simmons, like someone like that, even if he came off the bench, I'm not saying he's going to be a savior or a starter. You know, we need guys like that, like guys like Karis LeVert. Like, there's players out there that are taller and you trust with making decisions with the ball for your team when Brunson's out the game. Because when Brunson's out the game, it's a hot mess. Like, as much of a mess it is with playmaking and decision making when he's in there, it gets 10 times worse when he ain't in there. Like, because then you counting on Josh Hart or DeLon Wright, or at sometimes it was Campaign. Like,
well, let me do this real quick. Salute to the first lady of Knicks Universe, Tori B, in the place to be from the Bronx. Hey, salute to the Bronx. If it wasn't for the Bronx, y'all already know what it is that I could say to go there. Tori B, thank you. Tori B says, if anyone's still a Tibbs apologist at this point, they are literally the definition of insanity.
Yep.
Salute to Tori B. Man, appreciate you. Yo, I ain't gonna front. Tori B is on the verge of being like one of my favorites. I ain't gonna lie, yo. I ain't gonna lie. It's like, it's a few people on my, like, when I see them in the chat, it's like, okay, such and such is here. And I think Tori B is like on that list, like fighting her way up the list. Kind of like this dude, Coach Malpica, used to be in the chat. And I was like this person, whoever this dude is in the chat, like climbing his way up like this thing, like the Casey Kasem thing. Like, you start off at number 25, and next week you like number 19, and then Casey Kasem like, yo, Coach Malpica jumped 6 spots from last week. but anyways,
I
hey,
appreciate that, man.
Yeah, thank you, Tori B. And
but can I ask you a question, Freezy?
I want to. Can I get clarity on your point? Just
yeah.
I won't leave the, because I don't want to leave the leave your statement open ended for me.
I got you.
What's the adjustment then? How do you fix?
You mean roster wise, or?
Yeah, like what ideal for you? Like, what do you want to see?
if we're gonna keep this personnel
Right.
and make a couple of upgrades on the bench or whatever, rotation guys or build within with the youth, it can't be this coach. Period. I still say it can't be the coach because one thing I'm tired of with the Knicks and the Knicks fan base is us being too scared to take a damn chance or take a risk or make an unconventional or unsafe or not conservative decision. The Nuggets won the championship a couple years ago. They had just made the conference finals a year before that. And in the midst of a playoff run, which they still did pretty good this year in the playoffs, they fired their GM and coach with 3 games left in the season. And I'm not saying the Nuggets are a model franchise. We need to copy the Nuggets. But if a team that's in that position makes a change at that time and still find a way to have success this playoffs, granted, they lost in Game 7, to who eventually might be the NBA champ. They took them to Game 7. I'm just going by memory. They went to Game 7 with the Thunder, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, they did.
So they did that with a brand new ass coach. Granted, to have Jokic, I get it. But, bro, what are we scared of? Get rid of this dude. That's the answer.
That's the answer to the. Okay. All right. I just needed clarification on it. You know what I'm saying? And not just because the thing is, in conversations, a lot of conversations are nuanced. You don't want to. You don't want to sleep on top of the covers. You know what I mean? But let me do this real quick. Hey, Ralph Venture Bro Lewis is in the building. Salute. Thank you for the generous contribution. Man, Lewis says the Knicks will never win anything as long as the front office and the fans love the name on the back more than they love the name on the front. Hey, man, I'm absolutely with you, bro. I appreciate that. Hey, and y'all salute to my brother Xavier Justin. He posted a tweet out here, and I wanted to read this to everybody to get your reaction to it. Chat, I want you to see what data says versus what national media narratives say. Right? So XJ says, can someone help me understand how it's okay to have overwhelming results like this and decide that it's simply not a direction you want to go in due to your preconceived notions about how to win basketball games? And basically what he was referring to is the Knicks were 14.8 per 100 possessions, per 100 and 371 possessions they played this season with Cat and any assortment of 4 shooters. Cat with any shooting on the floor, right? Think about what he's saying. Cat with shooters on the floor are 14.8 points to the positive per 100 with a huge sample size of 371 possessions that they played with Cat and any living human being that can shoot in a Knicks jersey. So anybody breathing fresh air in a Knicks jersey that could shoot threes that played with Cat was a positive 14.8 points per 100. Coach, I know that's a lot to take in, right? That means if guys are just doing the bare minimum, if guys are wide open, knocking down shots, if they're open, and they're playing with Karl Anthony Towns, the Knicks are 14.8 points per 100 to the positive. Right? That in basic terms, that means, hey, everybody, when guys are knocking down their shots, the Knicks are blowing out teams by 15 with Cat on the floor. This is data.
Yeah. And there's more than 100 possessions in a game, too. If you think about it, if you translate that to a whole game, that's like a
not to shots, everybody. We're talking about possessions.
Yeah, and that's like 20. That turns into about a 25-point win.
Right.
If it's a whole game,
right.
It's crazy.
And so, Cash, not to shift gears, but this summer we're gonna hear a lot of wild OD narratives this offseason. You're gonna hear things like trade Bridges and OG. You're gonna hear things like trade Cat. You're gonna hear things like you need to go get Giannis. You're gonna hear things like, hey, you need to go get Anthony Davis before he's traded to another Eastern Conference team or whatever. But I think what we need to consider are things like this. Jalen Brunson is a stud. Cat is a stud. The guys around Cat are stud. Is it just situational coaching that's bumping us off our square?
I would say yes. And referring back to that Denver situation that you made reference to, the coach that came in and rallied the troops that took OKC to 7 games was a coach that was on the staff, meaning it was somebody that was already within the system, but he utilized the talents that he had of that squad in a different way. I mean, I don't know how closely none of us probably watch closely like we've done with our Knicks anyway. That series, the Denver series with OKC, and how at times when the games that I particularly have seen, that Jokic was like taking the lead, being a coach on the sideline, calling out stuff and saying, hey, we need to do this, this, that, or whatever, that needs to be done out there on the court. On the court rather. So, I say that to say that, I don't know if it's a situation where the assistants are saying something and Tibbs just ain't listening or whatever. I don't know what's going on, but
this is a player-driven led league.
Yeah, and one other point, just to the what you brought out, Freezy, the analytical information there. Also alludes to another point that I was thinking about too, when those non-Brunson minutes, or even when Brunson was out, and how the ball moved. Not only that the ball moved, but we seen other players' skill set shine, as a result of Brunson not being on the court. Now, I'm not sitting here saying, maybe, not play Brunson as much, this, that, or whatever. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just what I am saying is that as a team, we are better when the ball moves. When the ball is moving, we're a better team. When it gets to clutch moments, that's when Brunson does his thing. But in just the flow of the game, the ball needs to move. I mean, if Brunson has 17 points, 12, 13 assists, and we win, I take that over scoring 40 and having 3 assists and losing the game. Because sometimes it's all about balance. We got the talent. We have to balance that talent offensively and defensively. And so that it's not so much on just the superstars. The reason why we have superstars, the superstars should be just taking us over the hump, so to speak, and use the talent that we have to, just do what we need to do. And then we have our superstars that is just going to take us to another level, or take us to the promised land, as they say.
Big Tone in the building. Salute.
Up, Tone. How many teams do you know?
People, what's that?
What's up, Tone? Like, how many you think LeBron James could play for Tom Thibodeau?
Hell to the non.
Kevin Durant, Jokic. Look, if we're gonna hold Brunson to this high, Brunson and Cat can't play for a coach that they're gonna be under their thumb. If you know what that saying is. I don't mind if a cat.
Oh, you talking about like at work, like when you got a boss, like a crazy boss at work?
Yeah, like a control freak. Like,
yeah,
like Thibodeau's used to being the end all be all control freak of the situation. Every team, even when D Rose was coming up, D Rose was still that young superstar that Thibodeau still had a control of him. It ain't like D Rose was making decisions about the team and whatnot.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm not saying that Rick Brunson's the answer at all either, but I guarantee if Rick Brunson coached in this playoffs, there'd been a lot different playoff rotations, a lot different players coming in at different times. And another elephant in the room we still ain't talked about, and I know my man Freezy got twisted at the end of the game when it was 2 minutes left. I understand we were out of it, but Tom Thibodeau, who has been the most unwilling to sub out starters ever,
waved the white flag.
Waved the white flag with 2.5 minutes left. He put in all the bench guys.
The dude that never waves the white flag waved the white flag in the most important game of our season. Big Tone, what's good, bro? Oh boy,
I didn't have any delusions
on his draft board
that we were going to come back or anything, but bro, there's no tomorrow. You leave them all out there.
Did you get a chance to hear the press conference? Tibbs just said it's going to be a busy off season.
Yeah, well, y'all better hope to start with the business far on his ass. So I hope y'all start with that.
Hey, Coach, watch what I do to Big Tone right here. You know, Big Tone family. Hey, Big Tone, how was Cancun, bro?
Shit, well, we got y'all uniforms waiting when you land. When you land, because see, y'all tour guys. New York Knicks are tour guys. Yeah. So when you land, it just took another series, that's all. But when you land, your uniforms is ready for the tour guide. Uniforms is ready for you.
You'll be out there dressed like Tattoo Fantasy Island.
Yes,
Give me a Long Island iced tea.
No, we going to DR instead, man. We going to DR.
That's fair.
Yeah, we going to DR, man. Instead of Cancun, we going to DR.
Hey, salute to my favorite podcaster in the whole wide world, Big Tone.
What's up,
from Big Tone Open Sports Talk, man. Miami Heat fan #1, man. Definitely moderator supreme, crowd favorite, man. How you been, bro?
I've been good, man. Maintaining, going through all this mental mess Miami was going through, but we still made it when people said we wasn't gonna make the playoffs.
Yeah,
we still made it with all the foolishness that we did. We still made it, so we good. Yeah. We be all right. We do some 1 or 2 movements because that's all we need. That's all we need, 1 or 2 movements. So we're gonna see now. I only can take Pat Riley's word. Ain't gonna be some change. Okay, now I'll take your word for it. Now let's see. That's all I can do. Take your word for it. You say it's gonna be some changes? Cool. Let's see what changes you're gonna do. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, man, I feel good, man. I told y'all guys, man, y'all ain't got it, bro.
Hey, man. It's tough out here, man, for a Knicks fan, bro.
It's very tough.
Yeah.
Look, karma plays a lot of role in a lot of things, man. And I be telling people, they say, why are people going on Knicks fans the way they do? And I be straight up with them. And that video, and that's what it is. Now, Hit Dog will holler. If you know this is not you, Knicks fan, this is not you as a Knicks fan, then you know I'm not talking to you. But those people throwing shit at players' fans and throwing bottles, throwing things, bruh, that plays a role in a lot of things, man. A lot of things make a change now. Karma is real. I keep telling young folk all the time, karma is real. doing that boy, that Indiana boy fan, the way y'all was doing that boy, and just getting so excited because you win a game. It's just an overbearing thing, man. Some kind of now, I guess at this point, y'all not gonna stop because I guess that's part of y'all culture. You know, you win a game and you go out there, jump off lights and all that stuff. You got to win series, man. Now, you could have did that if you won the Eastern Conference Finals. I can understand 53 years. I could have understand it better. But when you win a game and you do that, bro, and you still got a whole 2-3 more series to go, then you throwing trash and cans and everything at other players.
Remember, Boston did that to us, though. Boston did that to us this year.
Well, you already know. First of all, you already know I despise Boston worse than y'all. So they're number one. Yeah. They don't get no pass.
Right.
Boston don't get no pass. That's one of the reasons why I despise them. And again, those type of fans. So we can get it straight. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not like I despise y'all fans. You know, I come up here, they're number one respectable fans when I come up here. So no, I'm not talking about y'all and the guys who know y'all don't do that. I'm talking about the foolishness, those silly people who does that. You understand what I'm saying? That's just above and beyond. Now, well, Miami ain't got that because I'm sorry. Miami fans ain't don't do that. I'm sorry. We don't do that. But if I was to see one do that, or you can bet I would go because I go in on fans, even those who don't do that.
Right.
When they talk crazy about Miami. But y'all had it. Look, man. Look. I don't even know if it was a good surge, y'all, but y'all guys came up short, man. Y'all came up short, man. Look, pressure bust pipe, bro. That's why I keep telling people. Same way with Cleveland. I won 100 games. Oh, they're number one in the East. And hey, bro, that's regular season.
Right.
That's regular season. What you gonna do in the playoffs?
Right.
But see, pressure bust pipes. Ain't no tomorrow in the playoffs. The regular season, you get 82 games, so you can lose, win, whatever. Ain't no tomorrow in the playoffs. So I guess I just take it as y'all because they was beatable. They definitely was beatable. I just take it as y'all couldn't handle the pressure, bro.
Yeah.
How many Heat fans were born in Miami area?
How many Heat fans? Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm from Baltimore. So I don't give a damn. I'm from Baltimore.
Yeah, man.
But it don't make no difference. Just remember, since you want to throw that little slide thing in there, we only been in the league 35 years, 36 years. We did more in 3 years than y'all did in 53 years. So just remember that. Now I can throw one in. I can throw a little curveball in there too. Okay, we got 7.
You came into our chat.
No. Yeah, come on, man. Yeah,
you came into our chat, so I'm definitely going to say something about it. I'm just saying.
I'm messing with nephew.
After all the stuff that happened in this series, you're going to bring up some of our fans throwing what you got to say about the game. What you got to say about the game? I don't want to hear no crap about a bunch of idiots that were throwing trash on something. That it's a karma that has something to do with the game.
It is.
You know what that is? That's trash. That's a Miami Heat fan throwing trash on Knicks fans on our podcast. That's what that is. I don't care about that. You throwing trash on this podcast. I bring up stuff like that after a game like this.
But you gotta admit, whether you want to or not, it plays a role.
I don't care
who your
what
team
the Miami had to do this year.
You
just like Janet Jackson. What have you done for me lately?
That's fair.
The Heat are trash. Okay,
I understand.
What do you got going on? Nothing. You got a good coach. You got a good coach.
No, we ain't had nothing going on.
And you got a good GM.
Matter of fact, we ain't had nothing going on. 24 and 25. We had a rough term. But do you want to match? Do you want to match the last 5 years with each other?
No,
I know damn well you
don't. I'm all about today.
I know you don't. Okay then.
Today.
All right then. That's what I didn't think you did because we got 7-11 players did more than everybody on that bench over there.
I'm 50 years old. Okay. I can go back as far as you want to go back. I can go all the way back.
Bro, one of the things, Big Tone, I ain't gonna front. One of the things I did want to say to you, bro, and this is all basketball. This ain't like a shot.
That's what it is. That's what it is. It's simply basketball,
this is,
man.
bro. Y'all elimination game is against Cleveland, bro. That's a crime, bro.
Oh no, it is exactly what needed to happen.
Yeah,
see, people think I'll be just saying it, trying to brush it off. No, I'm not brushing it off. I'm telling you that's exactly what needed to happen the way we went out. And I told them, and they thought I was joking again. We should have lost by 100 points.
Yeah, because y'all look bad, bro.
We should have lost by 100. I wish we had lost by 100 points.
Right. Yeah,
see, that just solidified, and I know it ain't got nothing to do with y'all, but that solidified the year we had from Jimmy Ordeal to Spo, divorce, Spo, allegation, the player sleeping with his wife, all that whole year, that's what went on, what we dealt with, injuries and all that. And so, yes, to me, that was a perfect exit. Now, to me, even though with all that, 2 back-to-back elimination games, Bulls and Atlanta whip their ass, and then still get in the finals.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, that's exactly how we needed to go out. And I was very serious when I say I wish they had beat us by 100. And this ain't no joke,
I think y'all gonna trade us Andrew Wiggins.
Oh no, we let me tell you something. Andrew Wiggins, Rozier, Jaime Jaquez, Duncan Robinson. Send me a bag of chips. You can have all 4 of them.
A washing machine.
Washing machine. Hey, a broke washing machine. I'll fix it. I'll order the parts. Send me a broke washing machine. You can have them 4.
Right.
And I'm very serious. You can have them.
I wouldn't mind Duncan Robinson off the bench. That's about it.
Well, I think Duncan gonna be up. I think he's gonna be in the chat line. In the trade line. So them 4, that is not for sure.
Y'all get Giannis. I think y'all getting Giannis, bro.
Man, we ain't getting on Giannis. And first of all, let me make this clear, and I'm not joking again. I don't want that bum. I don't like him. He Giannis out of the doo-doo. He just like LeBron. He's a backstab, no good liar. I don't want that bum. Now, I'm not in the front office, number one. So, no, who cares what Big Toe say? I'm not in front office. But if I was in front, I wouldn't even look. First of all, we ain't got nothing to give, bro. You really think
that's how I feel about Giannis too.
Yeah, I don't think Milwaukee gonna say, okay, yeah, we send you Giannis, give us all other 14 players. Then what good is he? Because they're gonna want to load, bro. If he actually asks for that trade, they're gonna, and which rightfully so. No matter who he go to, they're gonna want about 5 first-round picks. They're gonna want about 2-3 young players.
Yeah.
So it's just we ain't got it. So I know they're going well. That's why I said no, man. That's
gonna be my thing all season with my Knicks fan base, bro. That a Giannis trade would be the worst thing that ever happened to the Knicks franchise. Right? Because you're so close that you don't want to blow up. You don't want to blow up the core in theory.
Right.
And then trying to rebuild around a 32, 33-year-old Giannis.
Guy. Exactly.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to give up too much.
You're going to have to give up too much.
If you keep him in the East, do you really think Milwaukee goes, let's say, y'all, you really think Milwaukee say, okay, I'll send him to the Knicks? What you think they're going to ask for, bro?
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
They're going to ask for everything. And I'm going to be honest with you. I know everybody loves the fact that he's a one-dimensional bum to me, but he get it done, I guess. He go downhill, that's it. Because if you take the middle from him, he can't do nothing else. Let him shoot in the perimeter all day long. You take the middle from him, he's done. So to give up your whole – look, this dude couldn't win with Dame Doll and the rest of them.
Right.
So how are you going to give up your whole team to get him? You back to square one.
You back to square one.
He can't carry no team by himself.
You're bringing another non-shooter in with Cat. You need more
exactly,
shooters.
Coach.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly what you.
And then if you trade Cat in the deal, you taking away all your shooting, basically.
Yeah.
Right. You basically now is Mitchell Robinson. Think about this, y'all. Mitchell Robinson, Giannis, OG, Bridges, and Brunson. And Brunson is already getting smothered.
He's gonna be in the way in the paint for Brunson to cook.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not on the blasphemy train of saying Giannis ain't no good. I mean, he's just not good for us. He doesn't fit our core, our age demographic either. We got 4 or 5 guys locked up contract wise that are all 28, 29 years old, bro. Why would we need to get guys like that who are on that timetable?
Yeah, because that's what I told him. I said, I don't want nobody over 27.
Right.
I'll take a couple years if that's what we got to do. I don't want KD, AD, B, C, D. I don't want none of the alphabets. I don't want none of them. If they're over 27, I don't want them.
Right.
We'll give you Josh Hart right now for Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, then you know I can't stand that son. But you know what though? If you take Wiggins, I'll tell you, if you take them 4, I'll take Josh Hart. That's how much I want them off my team. So I'll take Josh Hart. I told you, just send me some chips. Hey, if it's Josh Hart, your definition of chips, I'll take them. If you're getting rid of them, I'll take them in a heartbeat. I sure would.
Right.
I knew Wiggins, because Wiggins, he's just that mental dude, bro. I told him when he was playing for Golden State, the dude, he played ball, but it's just this mental thing he have and the family issues that constantly shows up when he play. And soon they say we got him. I said, we're gonna be dealing with this foolishness. We're gonna be dealing with this foolishness, bro.
Yeah,
and now he's dead gone. If he wasn't out there gone almost half the season when we got him, from the time we got him, because of personal reasons, then injury. I just knew it. I knew it.
He's good when he's like the 4th or 5th guy. You got to count on for stuff, and that's what he would be like for us. But when you got to count on him to be the 2nd or 3rd, like.
Yeah, he just too mental.
Scoring option. He can't handle it.
Yeah.
When he was on Golden State and he had them other 3 guys already, he was cooking.
Coach, what if you trade and get him and you have Josh and Mitch coming off the bench?
I mean,
that's a different thing to think of. Now we're thinking about things different, right? Like, so the thing is with Wiggins is when he's dialed in.
Right.
Wiggins, when he's dialed in, he's a top 50 player when he's dialed, but he don't stay dialed in long enough for you
and that's what I'm talking about. He just don't stay dialed in consistently.
Right. Because the dude, he has everything you want from a modern wing. Like when he dialed in, he's super athletic.
Right.
You know, he can do a lot of different things on the floor. His defense on Tatum and Brown a couple of years ago with Golden State was incredible. Right. The only thing about this dude, he not.
And that's what I don't like, nephew. That's what I don't like, man. And I knew when he came over here, man, it was like, bruh, man, okay, well, they had to get off Jimmy, so this is what we got. But we did get one diamond in the rough. That daggone Davion Mitchell boy.
And he's something.
Man, he the true.
They need to let that man play, bro.
Yeah, he the true definition of heat culture, man. So now they're saying that the reports are saying they're going to extend him, but he can get a he can get qualified offer. So if somebody offer him more money, I'm always for young bucks, man. Go get your money. So Miami will have to match that money. And if they ain't getting rid of Rozelle, Wiggins, or Duncan, which is you got 29 million, 26 million, 20 million. If they don't get rid of them, they're not gonna be able to match his money if somebody offer him some good money. Because that second apron really, and I'll be honest with that, the apron thing, we hindsight, but I think it's good. I think that second, because you just can't go with these stupid team stuff. You can't try to load up. It puts some balance in the teams. It put balance in the team. So I think that adding that second apron thing, I think it was pretty good. I think it was pretty good.
All right, let me do this real quick. $7 grand. Thank you for the generous contribution. $7 grand says keep Cat, trade OG or Bridges for AR and Rui or Hayes. Hey, $7 grand. Appreciate that. I'm Austin Reeves.
No, I know he was talking about. Are you serious, bro? Yeah, man. I guess when you got the media on your side, the media really can hype you up to be more than what the hell you are.
Yeah.
Bro, I wouldn't want AR. Now, I would get Rui. And Hayes. I would get Rui and Hayes. Because Hayes is your big guy.
Yep.
7'1".
Athletic.
You know, athletic, right. And Rui, he's your big wing, small forward, power forward. So I would get them two before I would want some damn Austin Reeves, bro. No, I wouldn't want no Austin Reeves, bro.
Yeah.
No. He only got that notification, bro, because he on the Lakers, man.
Yeah.
He got the media on his side.
I think our real issue, I'm not going to front, man. We create shots. We create looks. We just don't knock down shots.
And that's always the downfall in any team.
Yep.
You got to make them.
Yeah. It's not cohesive, though. That's the problem. It's not. It's herky-jerky. It's chaotic.
It's Tibbs.
And I'm like, because when you look at Golden State, you like, oh, look at this ball movement. Like the Knicks, like you'll get moments. You'll get moments where you'll see it, and then there are other moments. It's like, how are they just gonna get? How are they gonna get through this possession?
Right.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, and one of the things about basketball is you want to initiate your play as close to the rim as you possibly can with creating space, right? You want to be able to initiate with the space created from your offense. When you see the Knicks initiate their offense from 39 feet away from the rim, that means you don't have spacing on the floor to stretch out the defenders. Because as soon as Mitch comes to set the screen at 42 feet and Jalen Brunson's back foot is almost touching the timeline, right? That automatically takes Mitchell Robinson out the play because he's a 7-footer and you're asking him to be in a full sprint to the rim. Defenses know that once Mitch sets a screen at 40-something feet, he's out of the play. Now you have to defend. You have 5 people defending 4 people, right? And depending on what side of the floor you're on, if you send a guy to force Brunson to go in, say you force Brunson to go left, right? Now you have 3 guys over there that can defend 1 guy, right? But then when you kick the ball out to Josh Hart for 3, Josh Hart's not going to shoot that ball, right? He's going to hold it and attack the imaginary closeout. But the defense knows he's waiting on the imaginary closeout, so they close out slowly. Meanwhile, Josh Hart is standing there holding the basketball, right, with 6 feet of space and won't shoot it. And so the defender finally gets out of there. By the time they get out there, the rest of the defense has recovered in their preset half-court defense. And now you kick the ball out to Brunson with 7 seconds left on the clock, and he got to bail you out. Right, and so now it puts you in this situation. I'm gonna ask Big Tone. Big Tone, you remember the old Washington Bullets had a guard named Jeff Malone?
Jeff Malone, yes I do.
Jeff Malone?
Yes I do.
Yo, hey Fritz, I don't know if you remember this or not, but the term brick in basketball was developed because of
him, Malone. Yeah. Definitely.
But they used to Jeff Malone and a dude named Jeff Rulin. He looked like Jokic. He used to play the 5. He's like 6'11", probably they said he was 250. Man, that man had to be every bit of 275 though. But they would run that stall offense, and every shot that they took in the half court was a bailout shot. And so with the Knicks this year in the playoffs, what you notice is that our offense was similar to a bailout offense because Indiana took away all the easy options in our offense, forcing Jalen Brunson to play make and put up bailout shots.
Yeah.
And so what that means in a nutshell is what that means is the Knicks offense that simple to figure out that all you have to do is throw a junior high defensive look at them to force them into scramble mode and pass the ball back around to shooters? Or is Jalen Brunson a ball hog?
Well, sometimes if you look at the game, he's a ball hog sometimes because a couple games, him holding that ball, scoring, Cat was open on quite a few, but him shooting a couple times, he got bailed out because he made the shot, and then he missed. Then the other times when he missed the shot, so I think he overdo it a little bit. He don't play the point guard like he's supposed to be. Now it's just me what I see. Now somebody might see different, think different because they might like him, but he ain't the point guard that you want. When to me, that's just me. Because he really, to me, he don't create shots for others. He definitely,
nope.
And this is why I keep telling young guys today too, man. Today's basketball is different. When you have a southpaw, so many of you young guys don't know what southpaw is. When you have a left-handed shooter, the first thing they taught you in the old days, you never let that left-hand shooter go to his strong side.
Nope.
Ever. I don't care what you do. Never let him go to and that's why I said when I say low IQ basketball players today, I'm talking about all 30 teams. I'm talking about the Miami Heat. I'm talking about every motherfucking excuse me, nephew, I ain't mean to. I'm talking about everybody. Today's NBA are low IQ young guys, man. All 30 teams. Ain't no one team. Ain't just no New York. I'm talking about all 30 teams, man, are low IQ. You don't let a southpaw go to, and that's his strength. And that puzzles me to this day. That just puzzles me. I don't get it. But no, I don't think he's your traditional point guard. And yes, I think he ball hog a little too much. Now, it's games where, he gave up the ball and really team ball and everybody got to touch the ball. But for the most part, no, I mean, me looking at a couple of the games that I did see, I think he ball hog. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, so
I think he has to be.
Because we can't count on other people to look at all the turnovers we have from these other dummies and the other guys that can't handle the ball or distribute.
I don't think it's selfish.
It comes down to a trust thing after a while. Now, there's times we get mad when he dribble, and the flow of the offense doesn't happen. But stat-wise, Brunson averaged 7 assists a game in the postseason. Probably would have averaged 9 or 10 if guys made their damn shots.
Well, I want to break that down real quick, Coach, based on what you said. But let me do this real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Edwin, thank you for the generous contribution. Edwin, it says salute to you, Freezy and panel for your grind all season. By the way, we got to trade Hart. Ooh, all right. 7 Grand says, what's your guys' final meal if on death row? I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm gonna just get something from the cafeteria and do push-ups, bro. I'm into fitness, so whatever. If they got something healthy back there, I ain't gonna put no burden on the state, man. I'm gonna just do my bid and do some push-ups, man, and stay in that Bible, bro.
I'm gonna put burden on it. I'm getting 90 dozens of goddamn Maryland blue crabs, and I'm gonna sit there eating one by goddamn on one, and they're gonna have to wait till I finish. I'm a seafood guy. I'm getting 90 dozens of the jumbo pearl and blue crab, and they gotta wait till out there gonna eat them. God dang on it, one by one. God dang it. That's gonna be my last meal. I'm gonna prolong that bird.
Hey, shout out to the pier too, by the way, bro. The pier is crazy, bro. We gotta do something about the pier at night, bro. Baltimore, hey, they be wilding at the pier. In the daytime, the pier is all right.
Man,
It's nice.
When that sun start
you
going
said
down,
a pier.
yeah,
Man, the whole city going crazy. What you talking about? The pier? That's why I got out there. Boy, the whole city is stupid.
I went to the casino outside West Baltimore, bro. This can't be no casino. Yo, this looks like the hood.
Man, it's worse.
They were called the Bullets for a reason.
and of course, you know, the only reason they put it there because the Ravens Stadium, which is, I mean, it makes sense. Put it right next to the sports stadium, both of them, the baseball and football stadium. But man, I ain't been there yet. I ain't been to the Horseshoe yet, bro. And I ain't planning on going. I'm sorry. I'm not, bro. I know. So no,
hey, you know,
man,
we thought we
city,
was fly, right? I think I'm a little something, man.
Right.
You know, old lady had her sundress on, man, had a little hat on, and we out there. I had my linen on. But I'm from Jersey City, even though I be dressed, I be about that. I will throw these hams. You're like, don't be, bro, you know what I'm saying? But I do not.
YN's different, bro. They I think they're in withdrawal. They're crack babies. That's what I told them. They're the crack babies, bro. They're in withdrawal.
I know.
Bro, I don't mess with home, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say. I don't mess with them. You talking about the whole?
Oh, it's crazy,
man, that
bro.
whole city, man. Unfortunately,
man.
So
yeah,
it's the Wire 10.0. If you ever seen the Wire, the original Wire, it's the Wire 10.0 right now, bro.
Yeah, man.
Because the Wire ends, man. So
I was there last year. I think it was not last summer. I was hurt last summer. It was the summer before last. I was up there, man. So, but shout out to I think what we stayed at Glen Burnie. I think we was in Glen Burnie. I think that's the name of this little spot we was at outside. It's like right outside the city. I think that's it. So it was like right outside the city with my cousin and all of them, man, trying to drink up every can of Bud Light they got in Baltimore. But anyway, on the thing with the Knicks, man, bro, y'all, I the Jalen Brunson question is one that needs to be asked. I think we need to have an ongoing conversation about it so that we can figure it out. Because I don't know if Jalen Brunson is a ball hog or if he's just that archetype, right? Or if it's just the offense is bogged down so much Jalen Brunson feels like he has to put the offense on his back. And so I feel like it's a combination of both, but I think the offense is kind of the system he's in leads to that. So it's like, are the players a bad fit for Jalen Brunson's skill set? Should they be more catch and shoot, or should they be more playmakers around Brunson? Right?
Okay, nephew, I'm gonna step out, man. Y'all be good, man. Be safe.
All right, bro. I'm gonna catch you, bro. Hey, Priest, and thank you for coming too, bro.
Who else demands the right or ability and skill set to have the ball more? Think about it. Who we got on this roster that deserves that's good enough that we can feel safe to do that?
I think in theory, they thought it was Mikal.
Yeah, they thought Mikal.
No, I mean, I think they thought it was Mikal when they got him.
Yeah,
the way he played in Jersey, they're like, oh, what he's doing in Jersey, he could do that here. And then he over here, and it just, man, that just didn't work.
Fritz, I ain't gonna front. No, I ain't gonna front, and I'm not trying to cut you off because I feel like, but I want to add something to the spot that you are right now. Yeah. Like basically what you said just now. Bridges cannot be the version of himself that he was in Brooklyn, because here, Tom Thibodeau has that man running through screens more than any other NBA player. And I think it's like by hundreds too. I think he runs through like 300 more screens than the next closest person. Some weird number like that. And then to expect him to also be an offensive hub is crazy.
Yeah. I think when people say, "Oh, there's no way that Tibbs, he brought us to the Eastern Conference Finals," I said for that not working and it never working throughout the year, it's never worked.
Right.
And so I think since it's never worked, I think something has to give. And it's easier to give up on the coach than it is to give up on a player that you gave 5 picks for.
Right.
So I think either the solution is there's some people switching seats on the bench. Like there might be some offensive coach sitting next to Tibbs next year. But adding something to something that doesn't already work, I don't think it makes it better.
No, it doesn't make it better. That's like saying, hey, you know how to put out this fire? Throw gas on it.
Bro.
Don't make sense. Doesn't make sense, right?
Mm-mm.
Well, gas is wet. Nah, it don't make sense.
Let's put this truffle butter on this saltine cracker. Bro, you asking for an offensive coach to come in. Bro, we still going to be playing that tired-ass D and them rotations.
That ain't even fair. Coach, no, I love truffle butter, bro. That's just shade.
Mm-hmm.
I love. Yeah, I had truffle butter 2 Sundays ago, bro.
Like real truffle butter or like the
Come on, man. I'm not talking about truffle oil. You know, there's a truffle oil.
That's fake. Yeah,
it looks like butter.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm not talking about the truffle oil because that's basically oiled infused truffle essence. Nah, man, I don't want that, bro. I want truffle butter. I want it on, whatever we eating.
Mm-hmm.
And truffle butter is a gift from God, bro. We gotta, you haven't eaten until you had truffle butter, bro. And a nice wine too. You can get it. You can your wine doesn't have to be like some grand King's place. Nah, man, just find you a good wine, something that you like. Like the wine that I like is cheap. It's like $54 a bottle, right? It's not $2.99 a bottle. You know what I'm saying?
It's not Skinny Girl. You ain't getting no Josh.
Nah, you talking about Josh Sellers?
No, it's called Josh.
Yeah, that's the Josh Sellers company.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my boy works for them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the thing to me. The Knicks supposedly gave Tibbs this roster to improve the team.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, the results we got to the Eastern Conference Finals. I see whatever, but our team was an Eastern Conference Finals team last year. If it wasn't for the injuries, okay, we can still keep talking about this till we're red in the face, but we know dang well if OG or Randall wasn't injured, we win that series. And I'm not even going to get into the Bogdanovich
or
Mitch Burke, and all the other. Hart had the abdominal thing, all them other injuries we had. We're literally didn't improve. We had the same win total with a way better talented roster. This is Tibbs' ceiling. This is the best he can do.
Yeah.
Coach, last year, Tibbs had a 2-0 lead on them and lost. Tibbs had a 2-0 lead and lost 4 out of the last 5 games.
Yeah.
And we gave him the excuse that it's because we had the injuries.
It's because of injuries, right?
We gave him the benefit of the doubt. This year, besides, Cat's kind of hurt knee, but Cat in the box score did his thing, his Cat thing.
We did not have any injury excuse this time. So now it falls on Tibbs. Whether we had a bench or not, this roster was given to these ingredients were bought. We done bought this chef some fine ingredients. We went to Whole Foods. We didn't go to Piggly Wiggly or to Save-A-Lot. Shout out to those budget options. Didn't even go to Walmart for the ingredients. We went to Whole Foods or Chef's Kiss or wherever it is fancy. We got truffle butter.
Is Coach throwing shade at me tonight?
We got the grass fed.
You don't shop at Whole Foods?
A5 Wagyu beef.
Nah.
We got the best potatoes. We got the best of everything that you need. And the man put it in the microwave.
He put it in the microwave
He put it in the microwave.
Minutes. He didn't care what the ingredients
and
was.
didn't even stir it halfway through. He just left it with the cover on. Didn't even burp the cover. Steamed it in the microwave.
8 minutes on popcorn setting.
When there was threw it in the toaster oven.
Oh
like
God.
You got a whole bench full of guys. You could have been mixing in. You could have put a little bit of garlic in there and some.
You know what my fear is? You know what my fear is, Coach? So my fear is, to your point, my fear is that he has made an indelible mark on the roster. Now, I know they're not going to fire Tibbs, right? Tibbs will be back because you don't fire a coach that's been to the Eastern Conference Finals, right? Not the Knicks. You're not the Knicks. Not the Knicks. Not I'm saying not the Knicks, though, because the Knicks are still trying to build credibility. Like if the Knicks, because think about this, if the Knicks fire Tom Thibodeau today or tomorrow or Monday, whatever, right?
It won't be good.
Yeah, you know what the narrative is going to be all over ESPN.
It's the same old Knicks.
There they go, same old Knicks, right? But the thing is you shouldn't really even care what the outside media is saying, right? You shouldn't even care, right? The thing is, you should be mostly concerned about the progress of the team. Listen, Jalen Brunson headbutted somebody in transition tonight on purpose. That lets you know the frustration level of Jalen Brunson. Right? So after these exit because the exit interviews are gonna tell it all, bro. $7 grand. Thank you for the generous contribution. Jalen, $7 grand says, would you guys do a Brunson for Giannis or KD Booker type scenario?
Whoa.
Oh, he went all Shannon Sharp. Whoa.
Actually, I just got off, the Nigga Time show, and we were talking scenarios. I have like one crazy scenario.
Oh no.
I have one crazy scenario. I don't want Giannis, because Giannis is not just Giannis is a great talent, but Giannis wants to have his hand on the franchise. Like Giannis wants to be the guy. He wants to be the guy to tell you who's going, who's leaving. That ain't happening here. I think if we get in the middle of a Giannis trade, that'd be better than getting Giannis.
Fritz, how you gonna say that ain't happening here? And wild, mad, random Villanova Wildcats been here, bro.
But you know what? Okay, I think it could be useful if he wants. He's basically gonna choose a group of teams, and they're gonna choose the team out of the group. But if he goes to Memphis, bring Triple J, and then we can get another small forward. I had a scenario: Triple J, and also get Trey Murphy III, and I'd be happy for Cat and stuff. And stuff. It'd be and stuff. But yeah, I'd be happy with that.
So who's gonna play center?
Bitch.
Mitch, or you can trade Mitch.
See, that's the thing, man. You were down on Mitch, and
I
now
am.
it's and
I am. I see
Sorry.
the way Mitch is playing right now.
let me say this, and let me ask this question: should I use information in prior conversations, right? Just for clarity, should I use information in prior conversations, or should
Yeah.
I assume that new information has revised how we think about players and
Okay.
situations?
When I talked at the deadline about Mitch, there was a question mark. There's a question mark about his health. So I'm like, if there's a question about his health and he's a 15-minute player, trade him. I said, if you give me only 15 minutes, your 12.5 million for 15 minutes isn't cutting it.
Okay.
Like you need to be a 30-minute player for me to give you 12.5 million. And then I gotta extend you, you're probably getting a raise. You know what I mean? So yeah, 15 minutes for 12.9. Sorry. At this point, I still don't think he's a starter. Like a real starter. Maybe someone you start the game in and you throw him on the bench and then he comes back. I don't think he's a real starter unless his health has another level to go. Unless he's gonna get healthier over the summer. Because the offense isn't good enough. Or at least in Tibbs' hands, it isn't good enough.
Man, Nick of Time show be getting y'all be in the weeds, bro. Ooh,
No,
that's
this not
deep.
even Nick of Time show. They're never trading Mitch. Like they're never trading Mitch. And my thing is, I like Mitch, but what else do you have to trade if you need to get something valuable? You don't have anything else to trade. I mean, you want to get a nice role player. The first thing they're gonna ask you is for Mitch. You want another starter? The first thing they're gonna ask you is for Mitch.
Well, I tell you what. I'll tell you what where I stand with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna keep the roster exactly the same, right? And bring in a new leader. That's what I'm gonna do.
A new leader? You mean new coach?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So $7,000. I wanted to say, man, I'm not going to trade Brunson. I think Brunson is a perfect fit. I think Brunson is a perfect fit for what we're looking to do in New York. On court stuff has to be mirrored by off court stuff. Like you have to be a fit for the city, right? Like, do you come in and be a fit for the city, or does the city have to accommodate you? And Giannis. Basically, New York would have to accommodate Giannis. I don't want to be in that situation.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah. So Giannis says go. Like, nah, I want my guy over here. Like he just,
I want my brother here, fresh off of knee rehab. Now you gotta cut.
I want my brother here. You know what? There's this point guard over there. Brunson's okay, but like, I'd rather this other point guard.
I need a facilitator. I need somebody that's going to get me the ball.
Yeah, and once you made him your franchise guy, and you gave him that promise that he's the guy, that makes it difficult.
I'll say this, man. To that, I watched Tony Dungy in the Bucks for years get to a certain thing. The Bucks, man, were on them. Yeah, hey, Fritz, you remember when the Bucks couldn't beat Philadelphia? Like if the weather was under a certain temperature, the Bucks were gonna lose. You remember that? Oh, the Bucks going up north to play the Eagles. The temperature's supposed to be 21 degrees.
Okay,
and
yeah, because
Warren Sapp would have all this stuff on and can't even move. He looked like a little kid get on the school bus.
Mm-hmm.
And then you take that same group and refine their offense. And next thing you know, they're Super Bowl champs.
Blowing them out.
Yeah.
We lost the NFC Championship game 11-9 or 11-6.
Yeah.
Against the best offense ever back then with the Rams, because we had Sean King at quarterback and no offensive coordinator.
50 pounds overweight.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So I think there's a trend of getting younger coaches in the NBA, and it's not uncommon in this situation where you're like on the championship cusp to get a brand new coach, like a coach without experience, without big experience. Like you get somebody who's like just genuinely smart.
Frank Vogel won a championship with the Lakers and got fired.
Yeah. So I tell you the name I would put in the hat. I'm telling you, you put Rondo. I'm telling you.
Here's my only thing
but he doesn't have he doesn't have experience. But
I think that's helpful though.
I know it's helpful because you can kind of set the lineup and then you adjust from there.
You know what comes with experience? Baggage.
Yes.
Right. That's it. Coach, you ever dated like a older, like now I ain't gonna use coach. I'm gonna say somebody who, you know what I'm saying? Hey, chat, any of y'all ever dated like an older woman? She's still fine. She do all the things, right? But it's just like certain baggage you just not prepared for. Like her son telling you, hey man, have my mama home in 20 minutes. or the grandmama or the grandmom or the grandbaby texting her during your date. Grandmama, can you bring home some Wendy's? Like all of this stuff. You're not really prepared for that. Like, see, with a Tom Thibodeau, even though he's experienced, he comes with baggage. And sure, some of the baggage has occurred here. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But still, do you get the same sharp basketball mind, or you get the sharp basketball mind in all the baggage?
No. You're actually what you're buying is reputation. There's some people like, you'll be in the workplace and some people got crazy resume. You look at it, they got degrees, and then you see them work and say, yo, he ain't that good. They bought the resume. And then you got some people who are like really, really smart. They ain't got the resume. Like I'd rather get the guy who's really, really good.
I gotta tell that dude that's really, really good that he gotta go to school. Because the dudes that be really, really good and they not in leadership yet, they're not in leadership for a reason.
But you know what? You know what? I'm gonna put the people around him to make sure he succeeds.
Well, why wouldn't you do that for the guy with the college degree?
You know what? He think he's smart. He think he's smart.
Because he is smart, bro. You in order to graduate from college to get
believe me, a lot of these people with degrees ain't that smart.
Fritz, you're not the only person that work in the workforce, bro.
But a lot of people with these degrees ain't that smart. They just went to school.
Yeah,
for one thing.
And a lot of people that are good at that one thing are good at that one thing.
But some of them aren't.
Yeah, it's the reason why Coach can't beat me in our fantasy football league. It's the reason why Coach has a poster of me on his wall for fantasy football, right? Because I'm moldable, flexible. I don't care about players, right? All I care about is the number. Are you producing or not? Like I'll play Michael Pittman over the guy. I'll play Michael Pittman over Mike Evans over a matchup in a heartbeat. I don't care. I don't care if Mike Evans is a Hall of Famer. I just want to hit that threshold, bro.
It's 17.5 points. That's all I care about. 17.5 points.
Thank you. Thank you. That's why I'm Coach's idol in fantasy football.
My thing is, we wasted a whole season of this talent. And I'm not talking about just the 5 starters. We wasted the 15 guys that we had on this team for Tom Thibodeau just to start game one like it's game one of the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't coach in a way that was conducive to preparing the team for every single wrong turn, every single opportunity that there might be an injury, every single opportunity where there might be a scheme change, a different lineup to show the other team. He went all in with his rotation and his certain amount of guys. He started it on game one, and he kept it that way all the way for 96 games. Up until then. Then all of a sudden he wants to use some bench guys he didn't even try to use throughout the season. You're wasted a year of our lives as a Knicks fans and got us all excited for nothing. Because I don't care what people say, trying to give Tibbs all this credit. Oh, he's good. He got us this far. No, hell no. Our talent got us this far. We won in spite of Tibbs. Sure, did Tibbs do a couple of things here and there? Did he will us into some wins with maybe some defensive things here and there that worked? But no, hell no. From the time the Oklahoma City Thunder put a center on Josh Hart, January, whatever that was, until now, we've been a barely above average team. And people schemed us out of being as good of a team as we could have been because our damn coach didn't switch it up.
Yeah.
When we had the talent to do it. That's what's crazy.
Yeah.
Our talent got us this far.
Yeah. The only reason I'm not mad at Leon Rose is he had an excuse that Mitchell Robinson was out. Yeah. But just watching the season go along and just nothing getting better, like it wasn't a progressive. Like you remember we started the year in November. It was like, oh, the offense is like really humming. Like by the end of the season, we gonna be unstoppable. End of the season, we were worse than we started. And so since we weren't progressive, the only thing I think saving Leon Rose is that Mitchell Robinson was out, and he couldn't axe Tibbs in February because it was he ain't seen Mitch healthy. I think Mitch saved some people's jobs this year being injured.
And here's the other thing. As much as we all want to, the two people that are most tightly connected to our captain and our star are the two guys that I think if you took a poll right now, player and coach, who the two that you think needs to change here are going to say Tibbs and Hart, Josh Hart. Those are the two guys that are the most closest to our star. So even if we want this change, Jalen Brunson is going to have to, because that's Uncle Tom, bro. Not that kind of Uncle Tom, but, Tom Thibodeau is like family to him. Yeah. Josh Hart's his brother.
He gave he gave Tibbs the vote of confidence today in post game.
Yeah, I heard that. I mean, he has to say that, but at the same time.
Oh yeah, what did he say?
He said he has the utmost confidence in Tom Thibodeau.
Because someone asked a question about was Tom Thibodeau the right coach or something? You know exactly what he said, Fritz?
I'm gonna look it up.
Hey, so Steelers Knicks fan 757. Thank you for the generous contribution. Steelers Knicks fan 757 says, hypothetically, if Tibbs gone, who do you want the head coach to be? I swear Reggie was living off the Pacers. Yeah. My answer is, and has been for a while, Steelers Knicks fan, is Jarrett Jack. That's my guy. And it's not because he looks like Todd Bridges. It's just because I like laughing. That's what it is. It's not because he looks like him. It's just because I like to laugh at the fact that he looks like Todd Bridges.
What you talking about, Willis?
What you talking about, Willis? Can you imagine? Could you imagine all the jokes, man, we would be telling on a bad challenge? What you talking about, Willis? So yeah. So Jarrett Jack, just for that reason.
Overconfident.
Okay, so the quote is, I guess this is the group. He says, I have the most confidence, overconfident. Seriously, there's not an ounce of any type of doubt that I'm not confident with this group.
Of coaches or players?
I think it was players, but I think they asked about Tibbs too. So I'm gonna look that up.
Okay. Yeah, man.
I see the Tom Thibodeau post conference too. It's like an 8-minute clip on YouTube.
So clearly, we are frustrated and in the moment. Is that a bad thing? Nah, that's not a bad thing. Yeah, that's not a bad thing. I think where we are is in shock because we all thought that a team this good would never stop playing basketball.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I kind of think we are where we are.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think you're just not satisfied. I think a lot of there's some teams like they'll lose and they're like, oh, it was a good run, it was a good year. Like this group don't look at it as like this is, even though before the year it was like Eastern Conference Finals, I don't feel like this is where we were supposed to, with the talent we have on the team. I don't think this is where it should have started.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what? This isn't even about just this last game, bro. You lost your first 2 home games as a head coach of the New York Knicks, bro. The Eastern Conference Finals.
At home.
When you had both the games in especially that first one. The second game we can nitpick about.
That second one, though, to me.
We had that second one, bro.
That first one, I could kind of put on the players a little bit for letting their foot off the gas. You remember you and I talking about put your foot on the neck and all that? Remember we had that conversation?
Yeah.
The second one was an egregious display of numerous coaching blunders back to back that gave them the lead. Like, you remember when we had our best offensive players on the bench when they were going on a run because we thought defense would solve it? Come to find out, in that moment, you needed to keep your foot on the offensive gas because Indiana got hot. So a defense wasn't going to neutralize them. But by the time the offensive guys got back in the game, I think we were only up by like 1 point and was praying for a dead ball. Right? Like we were up by like 15 or something in the third quarter. And Indiana cut the lead all the way down to 1. And we subbed, and then we subbed the offense in. And then our offense couldn't stop their offense, and we couldn't score because we were cold. And now you like, what just happened?
You could see the panic. Like you could see the panic in the team. It was like, especially after the first, you could see the panic.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm upset, bro. I'm upset with Tibbs, man.
I am. I've been up. I've been upset. I've been upset since January.
Yeah.
I've been upset since January. It's like, okay, this obvious. Even though I didn't see Mitchell Robinson, I was like, oh, this ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work.
And look, this ain't even about, like, I've been saying this since even last year, the year before, when people calling for Tibbs' head. I don't think Tom Thibodeau is a bad coach in general. This isn't about like Tom Thibodeau's being good or bad. Like sometimes it's about the right fit, man. Like, and we've always said that Tibbs has always been a great assistant coach. He's been on assistant coach staffs that won the championship. He's gotten teams to play above their level, like a lot.
Right.
But some guys are good at that. And that's where his style and his schemes work. But when you reach a certain plateau, your certain style and your certain schemes don't fit the personnel and talent you have. And you could be that way if you have enough in your bag and you're willing to adapt and change things. Like, if he was more willing to change some of his ways and adapt, I would make him, it would be more tolerable for me. But he either A, doesn't make the change, or B, he makes it way too late. Either way, that doesn't bode well for winning.
Just hire Steve Nash.
How he did as a rookie, how he did as a rookie coach. He didn't do well, but I don't think that was him.
That was a bad hire. Yeah, that was a bad hire. I mean, yeah, they brought a rookie coach in with KD, Kyrie, and some other misfits, and come to find out the entire situation was bad because you fired Steve Nash, you brought in Jacques Vaughn, you fired Jacques Vaughn, you traded KD, you traded Kyrie. Come to find out, it wasn't the coaches. It's just you had the wrong mix of players.
Yeah. I was thinking of like an example of like, give an example of what having Tibbs is like. And I was like, it's kind of like having, I think our earlier teams, we had scrappy teams. We had players that people didn't want. And Tibbs is kind of like that backyard mechanic. We kept going A to B. We were going where we needed to go. But now we got elite players. And I don't think he can deal with these elite players who he has to treat special or different. I just don't think he's really equipped for it. Jalen Brunson isn't what's his name from Chicago? I think he uses he isn't Derrick Rose. And I think he uses that old template. I think he just kind of I think they need something for them. I don't think he could take his old template and then apply it to these Knicks.
Yeah. All right, hey man, I don't know if I got anything left, bro. I might have to chill, man, and then regroup tomorrow.
Yeah.
I have a lot of thoughts, man. I have no less than 70 freelancing, free floating thoughts right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I think they center around questions being open-ended with no recourse for some type of for instance, does OG Anunoby bring enough to this team where we should be paying him the money we're paying him? I think that's a serious question to ask.
Okay. I think it's
It's
complicated. I think he's worth
I know it's kind of that's
to
what I'm saying.
us.
All
Maybe
these
maybe
rants.
not to us, but I think his market value is there. And I think so. What I think the Knicks kind of did is, even though it's a lot of money, they know they can always trade OG if they needed to, and not be upset down. It's almost like getting a luxury car. It's a lot of money, but if I had to sell it, I could probably get back what I paid for it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
that. Ain't, you know
I
what I mean?
understand that in theory, but the reason why I brought that up though is because I have a lot of thoughts like that, right? And then I have a lot of I have like 70 or 80 free floating thoughts like that. You know, Coach, you ever just laid back on the bed and just let your mind wander? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That's where I am with a lot of because is OG Anunoby worth having? And mind you, OG Anunoby is my favorite Knick right now. OG Anunoby is my favorite player, right? You know, us Nigerians got to stick together. Him and Precious, right? My thing is, would it be better to have one OG Anunoby that's an elite defender, or to have two young? Okay, for instance, would you rather have one OG Anunoby or two Kamaras from Portland?
I mean, to me, if OG Anunoby is used properly, and I mean, look, there's only one Greg Popovich, okay? But if we had a coach that had the mindset of a Greg Popovich, OG Anunoby would have been Kawhi Leonard this year.
Yeah,
the Kawhi for the Spurs.
But the reason
coming up.
But the reason why I brought that up is because I didn't want to talk about it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you the whole time. Like, I have all these thoughts, and I didn't want to. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so in my opinion, yes, he is worth that because his talent on both sides of the ball, especially defensively, is to me he's the top 3 best defenders in the league, regardless of what the first and second team and player of the year stuff says. Me as a coach, as a fan of the game, and a fan of athletes in general, the eye test, he is the top 3 defensive talents in the NBA. So whatever dollar value you want to put on that, okay. But all while he's doing that, he has shown, sometimes in flashes, he is an above average offensive player as well.
Yeah.
He can knock down tough threes, open threes when he needs them. He's big and strong enough to finish at the rim. Does he need to get in the lab with Jason Williams or White Chocolate or someone to work on some ball handling? Maybe he needs to get with Brunson. You know, he can clean up his ball handling a little bit, obviously. But besides that, I mean, this dude he's never been counted on for offense yet, really, on any team he's been on. I think he's good enough to be a number 3 option on a championship team offensively, too.
Yeah, we've asked him to be a full-time power forward. We didn't give him no time at small forward this year.
Yeah, that's the other thing. He's playing out of position.
Like when I thought we were eventually going to have him playing a little small forward.
How many? Hey, so let me ask you this: what power forward stuff did y'all see him do this year?
I mean, he defended the best power forwards throughout the season.
He defended the best big all the time. So I guess that
maybe wasn't a full-on center, you know. But in today's NBA, offensively, he did what the stretch forwards do. You know, spot up 3, go to the rim sometimes, dunk sometimes. You know,
I saw because the reason why I ask is because I didn't see him do power forward stuff at any point during the year. I always saw OG Anunoby defending the best big wing a team had, whether it was Kevin Durant, whether it was whoever, like, and then like with power forwards, you generally think with power forwards, you know how you think certain numbers go with being a power forward, like rebounding.
Mhm.
Did OG Anunoby rebound like a power forward this year?
yeah, no, he didn't. But that's the problem. He starting lineup wise, even though I know technically people are saying that Josh Hart played power forward, he was technically the shooting guard, Josh Hart. And OG was supposed to be like the power forward, even though his game is really the small forward game. Like, I'm not trying to start some other issue and rehash the past, but when we had Randall at power forward, that's how it was supposed to kind of be. And I know there aren't many Randalls walking around the league, but that's who OG needs next to him, a guy with that kind of power forward.
Yeah, OG's not a power forward, bro.
Right.
We can't even OG is in the modern NBA, OG Anunoby is a wing player. And I know I know it looks like OG should be just like Bridges should look like a shooting guard. Right? But Bridges is not a shooting guard, bro. He's a wing player. He's a small wing player, and OG Anunoby is a big wing player. Josh Hart, even though he does some power forward stuff like rebound, Josh Hart's not a power forward, bro. Because it's more to playing power forward than just padding and rebounding numbers. You got to defend on the box. When they pull the center away, the power forward is supposed to be the rim protection. Josh Hart is never going to be a rim protector. Josh Hart is never going to be a shot blocker.
Randall was never that either.
Right? Yeah.
So I think the idea,
right.
like,
but just to finish my point, though,
He was a rebounder, though.
Just to finish my point, though, Randall legit though, even though he never did certain stuff, he had elements of that. Josh Hart is not. Josh Hart is a wing player that rebounds well.
And keeping it a buck, Josh Hart probably grabs 4 or 5 rebounds from his own players a game.
uncontested boards.
I watch it. I've seen the 50-50 rebounds with him and Cat at least 3 times a game. And Cat goes like that and lets him take it.
Yeah. Dre, what's good, bro?
Not the Knicks.
I know. Not Tibbs.
Nah, the Knicks as a whole. I'm not just dumping on just Tibbs. There are a lot of things that I didn't like, but I can't just put everything on Tibbs. As much as I would like to. there were a lot of the same issues that we've had coming into this game. It just reared its head again. Like, this game is basically a microcosm of a lot of the things that
would you trade Jalen Brunson for James Harden?
No. No.
Dre, I have another question for you, Dre.
With this team, you don't see James Harden being a fit on this team? With OG, Bridges, a Cat?
Instead of Brunson?
No.
At his age?
With Brunson, that'd be nice.
It would be a cute regular season team. But you see the pressure that even Brunson folded under? Now imagine that with someone that can't even score as well as Brunson can in 2025.
Yeah, and Harden didn't even.
So would you say this, Dre?
Yeah.
Since you stood on you ain't gonna just play. Do you feel Tibbs did the best he can do with this lineup?
No.
Hell no.
But I also feel like the players didn't do as well as they could have.
Jalen Brunson was bad. Jalen Brunson.
Number one, Mikal wasn't physical from the onset of the series, even though That should have been emphasized from jump. We adjusted way too late. Number two, Josh Hart continuously, even if I'm mad if Tibbs is playing him, he's on the court playing like a moron himself. Like he's continuously hesitating, turning the ball over, not shooting, not being an offensive player, not guarding his assignment on defense. That's on the player as an individual. That's the individual accountability. Brunson has had so many turnovers on an individual level. Cat has been bad defensively on an individual level. So like I can dog out schematically we were abhorrent. But I feel like a lot of the things that we had under control from the player standpoint, we dropped the ball as well.
No, these are the same.
I think it's easier to change the coach than it is to change the players.
Yeah, and these things that you mentioned were things that impacted these players before we even got to Indiana.
Months and months and months
Yeah,
ago.
Mikal Bridges, for those that want Mikal Bridges to be physical, I want winning Powerball numbers. Mikal Bridges has never been a physical player, and to want him to be that in this situation, as opposed to what he was in high school, not physical. In college, they called him Noodles. In college, his nickname was Noodles, right? He wasn't that in Phoenix. He wasn't that anywhere. But Knicks fans, I've been on on X watching people's comments about Bridges, and they're asking Bridges to be something that he's never been. I think that's insane to me. I can't fathom that. Dre, are we on the verge of blowing this thing up?
No, we aren't. Far from it, actually. I think like this is the first iteration of the team, and they went to Game 6 in the conference finals, despite not being poorly optimized the entire season. So it's one of those.
I'm gonna ask Coach that same question just to get his thoughts on it. Coach, you think we're on the verge of blowing it up?
No. Number one, I don't think we need to blow it up. I think we need to blow up the bench.
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
But what does a blow up count? Like when you come out, a coach and 4 or 5 players need to go.
You mean off the bench?
Yeah, off the bench. Well, if you count Hart as a starter,
no, that's not blow up.
You change your bench every year, basically.
Yeah. So
no, but like key players, key starters.
Like the starter, the core to me is just fine. I'm even like I said it earlier on playback. I don't know if I wind up saying it on this telecast. I know I've been very critical of Mitch, and a lot of it's been, his availability, warranted and availability based. But to me, Mitch earned a spot to stay, and I want to see him if he can stay. He bought himself a whole season to see if he can stay healthy for a whole season. He's worth keeping, obviously. But everyone else, including Hart, to me is open season. The 5 untouchable players to me are Cat, OG, Bridges, Brunson, and Mitch. And, the rookies, but I can't really say which one of those are untouchable because I don't know what the hell they can do. Because I never saw them play.
I'd keep Deuce. This is one thing I'll throw out. This is one thing I'll throw out too.
Deuce is the number 9, number 10 player on a championship team.
I think he's an 8. I think he would be in the rotation on the other teams that are playing right now. And to that point, there's one great Deuce getting 11 minutes tonight was a travesty. On a team where you need ball pressure and a pressure release shooter for your star players, Tibbs's biases to quote unquote size makes absolutely no sense. He went from not playing Landry Shamet at all to him skipping Deuce right over in the rotation. And Shamet played well, but the reason he skips over Deuce is because he has this love affair for Josh Hart. Otherwise, it would have been Shamet and Deuce on the court at the same
Yeah,
time.
but the thing is, if Deuce could handle the ball and play make at the level of the other 75% of every point guard in the league, he would be counted on. But he doesn't.
I've already relinquished like that dream. I think
Yeah.
the stuff that he does provide is very useful to your star players. Like the stuff that he provides is something that you want to flank your star players. Like
I can name
legitimately
20
ball pressure and shooting.
six,
That's it.
six, six, 7 guys that does what he does in the league right now that don't start.
Yeah, but they don't also make like $3 million. So
Yeah. I think I
Yeah,
think I think he's decent. I think that makes him tradable. I think I think the way I look at it is the Knicks, they have a few picks at their disposal. They have some swaps at their disposal. And I think they're gonna go in and see how can they fill out this team better. Get one more starter and then fill out the bench.
yeah,
I just hate that we're having to completely like fix things for a coach. I don't want to keep giving this guy
yeah,
No,
rosters.
I don't.
exactly.
I don't want
That's
to keep giving this guy rosters that
the
clearly,
break.
like I feel like this roster has championship caliber talent on it, and I
Mhm.
feel like it's been misused
Yeah.
for
I
a long, long time.
yeah.
And the
So
way he runs his
mhm.
rotations, he's like sending a shot to the front office, like, "Hey, I want this." But how about like, yo, the stuff that you're gonna get that you want? How do I know that's even gonna win us a championship? Like your ideals for what wins us a championship might not be what does it.
But
But go ahead first.
we
Go ahead.
saw what his ideal was in Minnesota. He switched out young players for older less talented vets. And they're not going to let them do that in New York. They're not going to let him do that.
He's been doing it. What do you mean?
No, but like he got rid of a
But
young
why do
Zach
you
LaVine.
think, bro? IQ's gone.
Yeah,
RJ gone.
mm,
Grimes gone. Obi gone.
true.
Like, think about all the young, and I'm not saying that all those guys, oh, we should have
Well,
kept them and blah blah blah. But all these young guys were shipped out because Tibbs didn't use them enough because they were too young and not ready in his eyes. And
it
then they
feels
go
like
to
yeah,
they go to other teams, and I'm not saying they're all stars now with other teams, but they showed they could be. Look what Grimes did this year.
productive.
Bro, the dude had a stretch where he was average. He had a 25 points a game average for a month. I'm not
Okay.
saying, we should have kept that and he could have done that here, but maybe he could have.
There's a
Look at
lot of talent that comes in and out of this team,
Yeah.
and
So
and it's an indictment on like how like I think we have a lot of great shot makers. I don't think we have anything else besides that.
like
yeah.
imagine IQ was on this team, and I know we got OG because of it, but say IQ wasn't in that deal. If we had IQ on this team, this whole series is different.
That's another indictment because he never gave Ike even a chance to start.
I
Which
mean, even if he
Well, that
wasn't starting, he would have been and
that
I
that
know
that
he wasn't
that
that great.
logic alone is why you don't see Deuce play as much, even though those lineups, every 5 out iteration has been an extremely positive lineup. And Tibbs, because he values rebounding so much, he can't understand that the name of the game is outscoring your opponent by any means necessary. Did we go against a great rebounding team? No, we did not. But they outscored us.
Yeah.
I don't. He just. This is where he. This
A
is where I.
team that didn't
Yeah.
even have a good defense beat us.
Well, they've been a top 10ish defense for like 3 or 4 months. They started out slow, but they've been a good defense for a long time.
I know, but like
But we should have
right,
been talented enough.
But
to
if you
score
think about
regardless.
them, if you look at man for man, individual defending wise, they're not a
No.
good individual defensive team.
No, they aren't.
They're playing their coach, Rick Carlisle, find out what worked defensively with the roster he had. And he plays a team defense that was good enough to beat us and frustrate us. A team that don't have Halliburton ain't no defender. Siakam's not an all-world defender. Obi Toppin, bro, they made Neesmith and Nebhart sound like they were freaking
all defensive players.
all defensive players. The way they was talking about them too. Come on, man.
That's just the way they were talking about them, though. But we knew those guys couldn't defend.
I'm going to be so honest going forward, especially for Leon Rose. I hope OKC beats the absolute brakes off of the Pacers, not because the Pacers deserve to get whooped.
Yeah, they do.
I don't want the front office. Well, I don't want the front office to be delusional about how close we are to winning the title, because there has to be changes in terms of who comes off your bench. There has to be schematic changes, because I want them to show. I want OKC to show how far we are not from winning the championship, because of the team that we lost to gets manhandled by them. I need them to destroy the Pacers, because if that doesn't happen, a lot less change will happen. We'll run back a lot of the same stuff. We'll have the same head coaching staff. We'll have the same assistants, and not much change will happen in terms of trying to reach a higher ceiling and winning the championship.
Wait a minute. Are you not kicking the can down the road?
No. If it was up to me, I'm punting the whole coaching staff. Like that, all of them got to go.
Because generally in the offseason, you and Fritz like to kick the can down the road.
Well,
I'm 50 years old.
Oh no, this is the year.
I got gray hair around here. I got gray on the sides.
Shit, I thought that was blonde.
I don't want to see that many gray heads on my coaching staff anymore, bro. I'm tired of old ass men coaching these dudes, bro. I'm tired of it. I don't want to see Mo Cheeks. I don't want to see Mark Bryant. I don't want to see none of them old heads coaching these dudes, because it's a different league now. Okay, I'm sorry. The only old dude in the league that changed with the times and was adaptive was Greg Popovich.
Rick Carlisle.
And Rick Carlisle, well, he's bald, so I didn't see any grays for him.
Yeah.
but they were ahead of their time when they was coming up. You know what I'm saying? So, pretty soon, Spoelstra's going to be one of the old guys. Remember when Spoelstra was the youngest?
Yeah, I think they firing Spo, bro.
No,
they paid him. They paid him a ton of money. He is going to take.
You just missed Big Tone up here, bro. Y'all didn't hear none of the Miami rumors.
That's the fans.
No, I think he's going upstairs.
That's Pat Riley's golden boy. Come on.
I think he's going upstairs. Pat Riley 80. Pat Riley 80.
Yeah, I think y'all just missing this thing out of hand, bro. This thing needs investigation, in my opinion.
No, I think Spoelstra is going to be president of the Heat.
Look, like I said,
he might not be coach, but he'll be president.
Okay, so y'all saying all this. So what was it? So what's the rumor in Miami then?
Well,
I haven't heard any.
The only rumor I've seen thus far in Miami, as far as coaching, is that they're losing their lead assistant. Like he's interviewing for the
he's up for a job. Yeah, he's up for a job.
So the rumor is the last 2 years that teams didn't respect Eric Spoelstra because the players were sleeping with Eric Spoelstra's wife.
Oh God.
Oh no, that was proven not true. That was proven not true.
That was proven not true.
Yeah.
How?
No, because they was like I think because he got divorced and she said something in her Instagram post and people took it as They took it as she was sleeping with one of the players.
What we heard is the reason why they got divorced is because this thing occurred.
Well, I don't know. She came out and said that is not true. You know, you never know.
Oh, really?
You
The
never
woman
know.
that cheated said, "It never happened." I've never seen a woman that have cheated on a person. I'm in my 50s. Only men cheat, bro.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I gotta say, he didn't get what you call it? What's his name? That player didn't hit the bench.
All right. Well, here's a question: is Tibbs going to be Marty Schottenheimer of the NBA, bro?
What? A racist?
No,
a racist that carry a dog around?
Because Marty Schottenheimer's never been to the Super Bowl as a coach. He's had a lot of success.
Oh, you said Schottenheimer. I thought you was saying the lady from Cincinnati.
No, not. You talking about Marge Schott?
Yeah, that's what you was talking about.
It's going to be the Marv Levy. Is he going to be the Jerry Sloan?
The bridesmaid, never the bride.
Jerry Sloan of the NBA, or is he going to be like Tom Coughlin? Like,
at least Jerry Sloan got to a couple.
No one wound up like playing for him, but then like he got older and longer in the tooth, and then finally, people get a little frustrated with him with the Giants, and then all of a sudden he wound up winning finally.
Nope. I think Tom Thibodeau is Buddy Ryan. That's what I think he is. You win.
Invented a nice defensive scheme.
Yep.
Won a championship with it, but then
you had major success as an assistant. Remember, Buddy Ryan was the defensive coordinator of the Purple People Eaters. People forget about that. Yeah. Before he was the defensive coordinator for the Bears. When he was with the Bears, he brought some of the guys from the Vikings over to the Bears, not to be starters, but to be mentors and backups. Like Alan Page and guys like that came over to be backups for Richard Dent. But when Buddy Ryan got his head coaching job with the Eagles, he valued his defensive scheme over offense.
Yeah, the Eagles' defenses were fire, but their offense was no bueno.
He basically invented a 4-6 scheme, like Tibbs invented that ice defense.
Yeah,
and tried to run it for 15 straight years, and then realizing the league didn't pass that all the way by. It didn't turn into a passing league, brother. People ain't running it that much anymore.
The 46, I use the 46 defense on Madden. I get in the 4-3. I get in the 4-3. I'm sorry, I get in the nickel, and then I bring my two safeties up. I put safeties in the linebacker spots and make them mug the line, so it looked like 6 guys coming at all times.
Yeah.
And 46. I'm a Bears fan, But yeah, the thing with Tibbs, I got my question for coaches. What if he is that guy? What does that mean to us?
I don't know. He's going to stay employed somewhere else.
The Tom Coughlin guy, or the guy that just doesn't.
The Buddy Ryan guy, because I think he's more Ryan.
I think he's going
to. Tom Coughlin won championships.
Yeah. If that's the case, then I hope Leon Rose senses that early and doesn't wait till we lose 4 more Eastern Conference Finals or finals, and then all of a sudden our guys are a little too old to start over again.
Yeah, I think if they do keep Tibbs, I think he'll have a half a season to get together. And if you don't get it, if it don't look right at half a season,
yeah, because right now Tibbs has got this in his back pocket now. The reason we didn't make huge moves at the trade deadline was because Mitch was still hurt. And Tibbs was like, just give me a chance to see how we do with Mitch until he comes back.
I'm going to say this, bro. I don't think the ultimate decision comes down to Leon Rose. Now, how y'all like that?
Oh, you looking at the rumors, huh? You looking at the rumors?
Nah, I think the ultimate decision comes down to how James Dolan feels in this moment.
Yeah. That's why I saw a rumor on that.
I think, but you actually have to look into how it's worded And where it's
Yeah.
like, oh, Leon Rose, it's in Leon Rose's corner, but Leon Rose is known to listen to his front office. If the majority of the front office ain't rocking with it, he'll lean onto the guys that know more than he does. He just okays the decision. And he does value loyalty.
Yeah.
But he's also loyal to a lot of guys in that front office.
I know, but
The
loyalty
same
will
way
kill
he's
you.
loyal. Yeah, and I'm saying he's loyal to a lot of guys in that office, as well as
Yeah.
being loyal to Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah.
Look,
And if you see the guy in my avatar, yes, he actually has say in the matter as well.
Oh, he's got a lot of say, bro.
Oh yeah. He
I think-
wanted Tips fired a year ago. Like
Bro,
he campaigned on it. Like they said he
I-
went hard.
I think Jalen Brunson is sneaky fake.
Yeah, me too.
Like, this is what I'm saying. Why? He's the consummate company man. Like,
So you know what that means.
Brunson's gonna make it seem like he's supporting Tibbs to save face, so he doesn't look like that player that's getting his coach shipped out. But I know damn well, because I said it earlier in the series, in last series, I see because I coached my son for years and years, even in high school. I see the body language and the eyes that the Brunsons gave each other, and the little mumbling, reading lip stuff, and the looks that Tibbs gets. The Brunson father and son ain't buying what Tibbs is selling as much as people say they are. There's a lot of mumbling under the breath happening and turning around and making faces stuff.
Yeah, because even though you family doesn't mean you have to like each other. I don't know if y'all experience that or not. A lot of families are kumbaya. In my family, bro, I got cousins that don't like each other. I don't know if y'all live that or not, but hey, man.
Well, I got a couple of family members like during dinner, and then like a couple of games of spades and stuff. I'm down with it, but man, when dessert's done and we start watching a movie or two, and they have a couple of drinks in them, they got to go.
You gotta get they gotta get on.
I'm done with your ass tonight. Get out of here.
Yeah, we better not have an argument because stuff is gonna come up.
Yeah.
Yo, that's what I'm saying about the Knicks. I'm gonna give the Knicks credit for being classy in their approach to preserve a good optic. I think they've been great at it. I think the most valuable entity in this franchise is Knicks PR. I've been saying that for a while, right? But I don't think Tibbs is as safe as what people think. And as a matter of fact, I think that the Brunson thing is mutually exclusive from the Nova thing, right? I think I think Dre mentioned this to me, man, maybe last year or something, and I didn't believe him when he said it, but the more time I had to think about it, I think it might be true. I think Jalen Brunson would get Josh Hart traded in a heartbeat if it meant improving his roster.
Absolutely.
Dre, you remember us talking about that?
Yeah.
I think
he even said so.
He is addicted to like championships, and he if it came down to it, and it became like it became, am I your brother's keeper? Yes, I am sort of situation. He is pulling that trigger.
Yeah.
Right. I could see a Josh and something for Cam Thomas right now.
They were brothers before. Yeah, I'll take that. They were brothers before Josh got here, and they're gonna be brothers after.
Yeah,
they ain't gonna change their relationship one bit.
Josh still gonna get paid.
That's what the millions are for.
Yep, Josh still gonna get paid. That's the bottom line. I think. Yeah,
I think Josh will do fine in Phoenix, bro.
Phoenix for who?
I don't know, just wherever he goes.
Hey man,
Josh will be fine in Tuscaloosa.
Man, I'm being sincere. If we traded him for a league average player that just didn't have defensive breakdowns, we probably win the series.
Or if we traded Josh for size, like if we traded Josh
a real wing,
Yeah, instead of a thought, we'd be, bro. I think we'd still be in the series right
Yeah,
now.
I don't want no Sadiq Bey or
Nah, you can get him for nothing. You can get
someone
him
like
for nothing.
that. I don't need guys like
But
that.
what do you want with him? He's a 3-point shooter that can't shoot. He's a defender that can't defend, and he can't stay healthy.
He's
Right.
gonna go for he's gonna get traded this summer. He's gonna get traded this summer. He's gonna go for nothing. Absolutely nothing. A second round pick, maybe.
I tell you who I would trade Josh for though, and he'd be a perfect fit for that team. I trade Josh for Cam Whitmore.
I
I
don't
wish
think
they would do it. I wish they would do that, but I don't know. Tibbs wouldn't play him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
the thing is Tibbs won't be here because Tibbs ain't trading Josh. The only way Josh should be going is
I think
what does
the Rockets
Josh
are gonna
make?
get them
Josh makes 18 million.
He's gonna make 20 this year, actually. Next year.
I think you could do something like that if the Rockets try to get a star player. They get a star player and you just trying to pick off a trade.
I'm just looking at free agents. There's some pretty good free agents coming out.
Oh, I wanted to show y'all something. Hold on, before we move on to another topic, I want y'all to read something and get y'all thoughts on it.
Mm-hmm.
Right, this is a tweet from Fred Katz that was on X. Fred Katz says Mitchell Robinson was dejected at his locker after the loss, unlike I've seen him before. Took this one hard. Pause. I don't even got words, to be honest, he said. Should have kept my energy up. Robinson was very self-critical. I feel like I didn't play to my full potential, he said. Fritz, how do you feel about this quote that you see from Fred Katz while listening to Mitchell Robinson? So the Mitchell Robinson quote.
I don't know. I think he just looks at it as he felt this win was within reach, even though the score said otherwise. Because he had a good first half. It was just the second half. Yeah. Second half, it was off.
He was.
His second half's been off the whole series.
The whole season.
Like the way he uses them in the first half, it's weird, bro. And then he stops using them in the second half. I don't know.
And also, he can't really be that. He just started playing 30 minutes.
This is his first time playing 30 minutes, bro.
Like, it wasn't like you do this every day, and this is just you just had a bad day. Like this, he just started playing you this many minutes.
Yeah.
Like last series, you were still at 15, 18 minutes.
Yep. This was his first game playing 30 minutes, bro. Which is bizarre that he played 30 minutes and it still looked like he didn't use Mitch enough. It's weird. I don't get it. Did he played Mitch 11 minutes in the first quarter, right?
Yeah, he played him like almost the whole thing.
That's
11 minutes in the first quarter.
Bro, that's crazy, man. Tibbs, what we out here doing?
Tibbs doesn't know how to stagger minutes or do normal rotations. Where as you see on the other side, like Rick Carlisle is making sure guys are in and out the 6 to 7 minute spurts, so they're fresh over the course of games. If you notice, even when they make runs, Pascal is literally still sitting out, waiting for his normal rotation. Like,
what do y'all feel about the Mitch quote though? Like, how do y'all feel about that?
No, I think it's just a loss.
I think it's the loss, and he doesn't know if he'll ever be in this position, this close to a finals ever again. Because you can't take this for granted.
And here's the thing about Mitch. Mitch has been on a couple of Knicks teams that haven't had this luxury, so it's hurting.
Yeah, I think he has to be realistic. Like, I think he knows he probably is one of the people to go. Like, honestly. And it's not about him being bad. It's just like he's one of the few valuable people. and Cat probably needs to play center, and he probably makes too much to be a backup. So, and he had a good performance. Yeah, it kind of looks like you the odd man out for playing good. This may be your last run.
So who's the defensive player of the year this year? Jaren Jackson?
No. Mobley? Is it Mobley?
It wasn't the kid from Atlanta?
No. It was Mobley.
Crazy. That's crazy, bro. The kid from Atlanta didn't win.
He had a few votes, but he didn't get it.
He won comeback player of the year.
I'm talking about. I feel you. I'm talking about.
I mean, most improved.
Mobley won it.
Yeah, Dyson Daniels won most improved.
Who won it last year? Just asking.
I think Triple J won last year, didn't he?
Yeah, Triple J won last year. Yeah, he mad he didn't win it this year.
Yeah. So what are you gonna be mad? What are you gonna do? Beat somebody up?
No, he lost out on a whole bunch of money.
Yeah, he wasn't even healthy this year. He wasn't.
No, he would have made like 100 and something million more. Now his next contract.
Every Grizzlies game I saw, that man was hurt or coming back from injury.
I know, but it was winning. He had to win defensive player of the year, or he had to get on one of the teams. He had to get on a all NBA team.
No, I mean I understand that part. What I'm saying is, as the Grizzlies games I saw, that man was out there limping like a old sci-fi flick or whatever. But and the point I'm getting at with Mitch though is, in this quote, I think I have a different stance. I think Mitch understands that he wasn't deployed correctly, right? And probably should have gone above and beyond what he was asked to do and to be more impactful. That's the way that I saw it. And I didn't just put that up because of my opinion. I put it up because I wanted to get everybody's opinion on it, on like what Mitch said.
But in a game like this, like more effort ain't gonna help you. Like you're just gonna make more mistakes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what Josh Hart said.
Yeah, if you put more effort, he would just have made more mistakes. I think he played well. I think he played as well as he could.
Yeah.
Within the structure and the parameters of how we run our offense, he did as good as we could. Now, Josh, that guy can go. That guy can go.
Boy, I think we gonna have a real.
For the same money of Josh Hart, we can have John Collins.
I'm being so sincere, Coach. Well, we were so close to trading for Alex Caruso. If we had Alex Caruso in that $20 million slot, we would have been title favorites.
Yep.
I forgot what they asked us for though. They asked for 2 first rounders, and
I'd have been like, so what?
But
I would have gave him a first.
But okay, I think the Knicks were kind of worried about the extension part of it.
They extended him for $20 million a year.
Yeah,
the same. So I mean, it's basically the same thing we giving Josh.
Yeah,
except he's a better basketball player.
Yeah, I think the Knicks had plans and that they didn't want to spend the $20 million a year.
That picture you got, Trey, gets me every time.
Yeah. He got his off-season one up. Okay. He got the off-season Abby up. Okay. Yeah, man.
Oh gosh.
I ain't gonna front, guys. I think I'm really sad and hurt. And I think in about 5 years, we're gonna be pointing back to this moment as our watershed moment. If we legitimately keep Tom Thibodeau, I don't think we're gonna get this far going forward, and there'll be some roster turnover. Because in 5 years, I think Jalen Brunson will be a certain age, Cat will be like 35, Josh should be 35, and we'll look back at this moment like,
yeah,
we held on too long.
Mm-hmm, yeah. But what I'm scared of is next year is No, they keep Tom Thibodeau, and in midseason they realize this ain't gonna work. Get rid of Tom Thibodeau. It's like, man, we should have got rid of him earlier so we could have a training camp.
Yeah, that's the thing. The smart thing about, or let me state this in a way because I was about to sound disrespectful. What you're saying, I think, is the scenario might happen. The smart way to do it though is you've already seen this dude for 5 years. Why are you trying to give him a 6th season thinking he's gonna change? Right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this man is gonna make that change, right? A training camp is not gonna fix Karl Anthony Towns mindset about defense, right? A training camp is not gonna change Jalen Brunson's ability to play defense.
Yeah. But it's gonna hurt the next coach. It's gonna hurt the next coach who's gonna have to come up and try to clean the mess up.
But the thing about the cleaning up a mess, bro, is just because one guy can't do it doesn't mean nobody can do it.
I know, but he won't get a training camp. He won't get a training camp. He won't get to like fully flesh out what he wants to do. And that's the point. That's the point that I was trying to get to. The thing is, like, just to your point, just real quick. Mm-hmm. If they do it now, sooner, earlier, faster, then they have carte blanche of the whole pool of candidates. Yeah.
And I know you understand that because this is what I think you want.
Yeah.
Right. Your scenario is that they should be in the conference room right now firing Tibbs, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right.
Do it for the draft. Like, even before we hit the draft, we need to get this done.
I think, yeah. So to me, the best case scenario is a clean cut. Like, Tibbs should be in the conference room right now, either explaining what he's going to do to fix everything or he's fired. Right. Yeah. That way you don't have to draft guys and wonder if they're going to fit into your coach's system. Right. You'll have a number of weeks with this coach to know what he wants out of the draft. Right. And for veterans that are not on board with this new coach, you give the Knicks time to move them. Right. Because if you're a veteran like Brunson, Josh, Tom Thibodeau basically resurrected your career, or you resurrected your career under Tom Thibodeau. Let me say it like that. Mm. Right. And so by bringing in a new coach, you're putting at risk your standing with this franchise because a new coach might not value dribble. Right. Like, for instance, if Kenny Atkinson was here, Jalen Brunson wouldn't be on ball. Right. Jalen Brunson would be off ball and they'd have a pure pick and roll maestro on the ball. Right. This is what Kenny Atkinson likes to do. He'll take somebody and you might not even recognize who he is until later on in the season. You're like, oh, okay. Joe Blow is averaging 18 and 6 and shooting 40% from 3. Okay. That's, Kenny, I would say a coach to consider, and it's going to make y'all laugh, is Luke Walton.
I don't know about it's just the Laker experience was,
bro. The Lakers were tanking when Luke Walton was there. They were. But name a veteran, name a quality veteran that was on the roster when Luke Walton was there.
Okay, that's when they were trying to stack the roster.
That's when they were drafting Brandon Ingram and Julius Randle and D'Angelo Russell and Lonzo Ball and Josh Hart and Kyle Kuzma and Larry Nance Jr. and Ivan Zubac. Remember, they were tanking.
Yeah.
They didn't want Luke to win.
But I think they kind of, his reputation, like, wasn't there like some personal stuff going on? Like beef with the Lakers and stuff.
Yeah, because he wanted to win and they did not.
Yeah.
Because the losses goes on the coach's record. Like, you think, Coach, you see how we think about Luke Walton right now? You know why? And when an organization decides to tank, you know who gets the credit for the losses?
Coach.
The coach.
Yep.
The coach.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what coaches don't like to tank in football, especially in football, bro. Because an organization can tank for Matthew Stafford, bro, and then you're gonna fire the coach, and Matthew Stafford is gonna come in with a brand new coach and a brand new offensive coordinator, learn everything from scratch, and you're not even gonna remember who the coach was.
I'm pretty sure there's some kind of relationship there. Like they actually know him on a personal level.
Yeah,
you know, between
he played for the Lakers. Yeah,
he played. I mean, but Luke, yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a no with the Knicks and
y'all know who Jeff Van Gundy was before he coached the Knicks?
Nobody really knew.
Man, I don't give a fuck.
Remember
you
when
to make me cuss?
Remember
Man.
Don Nelson?
Yeah, I remember Don Nelson.
Yeah.
The man had a winning record.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he was like 35 and 25. But
Pat Ewing didn't want to be Dirk.
Yep. And they changed that. It was less than a season.
And Pat never won a chip. Dirk had an outstanding career. Yeah.
Look, sometimes you gotta. I've never been a big fan of safe when it comes to sports.
Mm-hmm.
The only time, to me, the safe is okay as far as like when you have a lead and the time is on your side and you can milk the clock. If you have a certain league where you can do that, that's the only time to me being a little bit conservative makes sense. But
I got a question.
The other 90% of it, the other 90% of it off the field, in mid game, throughout the game, off season moves, the coaching decisions. I'm all for taking it. I mean, you never know from season to season. Like, just look at the parity of the league right now. What do you think Boston and Boston fans are thinking right now? They might not ever come back ever. And we thought there was going to be a dynasty the way they had things rolling.
Yeah.
They won one, and that's it. I mean, now after that Tatum injury, you don't know what's going to happen. We're one thing away from being that. One wrong thing away. And so every season we play this what if game, or just give them one more year, just give them one more chance with a player or a coach. You're just messing with my life. I might be dead next year, bro. I ain't trying to wait no more. I'm done waiting.
Yeah.
And I know that's I just want to finish my thought from the last time where I was getting at with the Thibodeau, when we didn't make a move at the trade deadline. Oh, I got Mitch coming. Let me see how it goes. That's going to be what he's saying now. I'm going into training camp with everybody. I'm going to have Mitch from game one. I'm going to have so-and-so. We're all going to be healthy. We're all having an off season. They'll all be healthy for training camp. Just give me that shot to see how I can run with these guys.
Making Tip sound like a drug addict.
He is.
Just give me one more chance.
Yeah, but the thing is he's a good coach. I'm not doubting that at all. It's just doesn't fit with the personnel we have. And at this point, we're married to this personnel, bro. We are not going to get the value. Like right now, we've mid-maxed those four guys, the Cat, Brunson, Bridges, and OG. We've got the best value of those four right now that we're ever going to have. We're not going to get anything. We're not going to get what we're going to be upset what we get in return with whoever, what we have to give up to get what we think we need to get. Like we have in those four, we don't have a better value of those four than we have right now. At their ages, at their primes, at the money they're making, we're not going to get the return on all those guys that we hope we get. Just my opinion. So right now we're bought in on those four because to me that's the core. After that, how much salary's left?
We have about $6 million before we hit the second apron,
Yeah.
and we have the taxpayers MLE at our disposal, which is around $6 million, and we have vet minimums we can hand out if we don't do trades. Like if we're trying to run it back and just sign guys, that's all we're limited to, and that second round contract.
Yeah. So you basically have $6 million.
Now, if you decide to be like, hey, Josh Hart got to go, then that's $26 million.
Who's going to take on Josh Hart for nothing? No, you're going to trade Josh Hart for a pick?
No, I think they can definitely get.
I would break Josh Hart's contract up into two mediocre role players, literally.
Yeah, I would try to get in on one of those big trades that are going to go down, and then yeah.
Which big trade?
No, like when Giannis gets traded, when there's a few people who may move this year. Like those are the type of trades where you put Josh in the trade and you end up, Josh and some picks, and you might come out with something you need. You might come out with
Josh and
something
some picks?
Yeah.
So what are you talking about?
I told you I want Trey Murphy the third. It's gonna be a Pelicans fire sale.
Oh, I'll take Murphy the third or Herbert Jones all day long.
Yeah.
The Pelicans are a mess, bro.
Yeah, they're gonna have to
instead of Josh Hart.
He not going back to New Orleans, but I think they're some of these trades are like this summer, just the way that the aprons work. These are going to be some 4 or 5 team trades. These are going to be some massive trades.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of contracts moving left, right, center. You might
people
be able to
for no reason.
You might be able to just dump Josh Hart, literally.
Yeah,
for whatever.
And then certain teams they're going to be like some lopsided trades where people want.
So you saying Josh Hart ain't even worth the first round pick?
You're not getting a first round pick for him. Number one, here's the caveat. Number one, he's not expiring.
He's not expiring.
Number two, he's on the wrong side of 30. Number three, he's 6'4".
He's right
Number
at
5.
30. I mean, wrong side.
He's on the wrong side of 30 for his play style.
He's gonna turn 31 during the season, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Was it December?
The ironic part about
this, Coach, I don't know. I'm just asking.
The ironic part about this, Freezy, me and Josh Hart share the same birthday, March the 6th. You can't make it up. so like he's on the wrong side of 30. He's 6'4", can't shoot, doesn't really play defense as a guard.
So are all light skinned dudes born on March 6th? Is that a thing? Like beige dudes born on Boston?
I'm not light skinned, so I don't know where you were.
Right. I saw you. Dre,
I am not light skinned.
Dre talking like he dark skinned. Yeah, I feel you.
I am somewhere in between. I am not light skinned.
That's all of us, bro. That's everybody. That's everybody.
As I say this, Coach got a bunch of Josh Hart jumpers behind him as we speak.
Yeah, a bunch of them, bro. Yeah, organized.
Oh,
Josh Hart jumpers organized, right?
I'm already looking at the 2025 free agent list, bro.
Actually, yeah, I wouldn't look at that list. The one list I would say look at is the 2022 first round. I think that's where the Knicks need to be.
Kuminga?
2022 if you know that you're gonna go in the second
2022
April,
first round?
was that
Who came out in the 22 first round?
That's Kamingas?
Yeah,
It's those people who are looking at extensions this summer.
yeah, but
And
Kamingas are restricted though.
I know, but trading it to a team that
That
doesn't
can
want to
just
pay.
outright pay him. You can
You
pay
talking
him.
about
And go,
you talking about the Quentin Grimes draft, right?
Yeah,
I thought that was 21. That was 22.
I think it's 22, right?
I thought that was 21.
No, it's 21. I'm sorry, 2021 draft. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So basically, if your team don't want to, if you know if this player knows he's gonna make $30 million,
22 was Paolo and Chet and them, right?
they were
Josh Giddey.
yeah.
that draft.
It's a giddy class, yeah. So
Yeah, that's 21, bro.
yes, 21.
Yeah, boy, man.
But basically,
Imagine
you're gonna have
Josh Giddey on this team in that backcourt.
yeah. So players that people don't want to pay, we don't have enough to pay. We'll take it on and we'll extend them.
He's gonna get too much money anyway.
Who, Josh Giddey?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna get like 30. He's gonna get like 30.
He's getting that bag. Bro, he did something this year off the bench that only 2 other people did in the league. Like some crazy stat. His points,
that's
rebounds, and assists.
Yeah, so that's the Aldamas, Santi Aldama.
Quentin Grimes.
Yeah.
That was the ham sandwich draft. Quentin Grimes is the worst. Quentin Grimes is the worst NBA player that ever put on a jersey, bro.
Oh my!
Every time I hear that man's name, I want to vomit backwards.
Yeah. Trey Murphy already extended.
Body, bro. Quentin Grimes is so trash, bro. Quentin Grimes is like the worst draft pick the Knicks ever made, bro.
He's getting a bag though.
He's got a Ziploc bag.
And someone's gonna regret it.
Somebody gonna do it.
That meant paper or plastic. That's what he's getting.
Somebody gonna get some FOMO and just give him way too much.
So you're saying the 2022 draft guys are
2021.
21.
So they're early extensions. So like this is when they pretty much say, hey, we're gonna give you the bag now, or we're gonna risk you next summer. But they can just trade you. Like this is probably the time you want to trade them. You don't want to get to that point where
like Trey Man.
Yeah.
Yep. That's who I want, coach. That's my heartstring, bro. That's my guy. The light skinned Iverson.
Yeah. Yeah. Some of these people are already extended last summer, like Cunningham, Green, Mobley. Yeah. Those people went extra early.
Yeah. The kid in Toronto.
Or how about the one that we drafted, but we traded the pick to the Clippers? Keon Johnson. He ain't bad either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's on the Nets right now, right?
Bro.
Yep,
yeah.
He's on the Nets. Yeah.
Alperen Sengun was in that draft.
Yep.
Yeah. We took Quentin Grimes instead of taking Jalen Johnson.
Or Cameron Thomas was in that draft.
Or Cam Thomas, or Santi Aldama, or Herb Jones.
Darren Sharp too.
Yep.
Yeah. So people always put. Yeah, they're always gonna put Cam Thomas' name in there, but I think Nets don't have a choice. They have to pay him. Like they look stupid if they don't. So
it's the Nets, bro. They don't care nothing about looking stupid.
Yeah. But if he looked like he gonna get a number that they don't want to pay, that's when you trade him.
They're gonna have to pay that man 37, bro.
Yeah. But the Knicks can look at him and say, yo, I'll take him now and then I'll pay him next summer. Don't worry about it.
What if Jukabaitis played all year for the Knicks?
I think pick and roll maestro, playoff ball next to Brunson, big guard, stout guard. Think
if that
like what 215?
If that was the case, then we wouldn't have drafted Kolek. I don't think he wants to come over at all.
No, I'm saying like I just think if we kept him going this year, man, he could have done something.
Well, Well, he didn't want to come. He wanted a spot.
Yeah.
Like he wanted a spot. Like he didn't want. I'll come over and we'll see what happens.
He wanted
Wants to
guaranteed
play.
rotational minutes.
Yeah, he wants to play, and I don't blame him. Why would you go from starting overseas to coming here and being the 15th man? How would you feel if you're a natural point guard that can be a combo guard and you're watching Deuce McBride and Cameron Payne play point guard minutes? Shout out to Cameron Payne, by the way. I enjoyed his 1 year with the Knicks.
Yeah. That was a bargain. That was the one, like, we shouldn't have got it, but thanks to Popo for that one.
Coach Brown is now, Coach. Hold on, Coach. You telling me you didn't enjoy Cameron Payne? Come on, dog. Don't do that. You know you enjoyed Cameron Payne.
Bro, they didn't use him. But he didn't, bro. If we gave Campaign Josh Hart minutes, Campaign would average 15 points a game, bro.
I'm asking you if you enjoyed Cameron Payne.
Yeah, but not enough.
Okay.
I didn't see him enough.
Okay.
We missed another guy we misused or didn't use. You can't expect the guy come in for a couple minutes and then like you judge him on being great or trash.
One shot and Tibbs got you on the bench. Like, you know, I think was the biggest misstep that we made. I'm gonna just say this to you, Coach, because I don't know if I told you. Not drafting Ryan Dunn hurt us in this Indiana series.
Oh God.
You mean the same Ryan Dunn that would get the same open jump shot opportunities that he would miss like Josh Hart?
So what?
Well, at least he plays defense.
He's a better defender than anybody we have.
Yeah. I think they were married to Josh Hart though.
How would you find minutes for him, OG Anunoby, and Mikal Bridges if Josh Hart is going to play a bunch of minutes?
Dog, I saw Matt Ryan play this year, bro. You can't trick me, bro. I watched too many games.
You saw him play regular season games. You did not see him play postseason games.
Yeah,
it's just like that whole role was to go to Landry Shamet. That whole role went to Landry Shamet, and Landry Shamet played regular season games. And when we got to the postseason, you didn't see him until the last 3 games.
Supposedly, Shamet was hurt during the Detroit series.
Tibbs is not good at staggering minutes.
Tibbs said that in the press conference.
He's not good at it. He's legitimately terrible at it.
He said Landry Shamet was hurt in the Detroit series?
Yeah.
Who said that? Landry Shamet or Tibbs?
Tibbs.
Tibbs is bullshit.
Tibbs does not have the creativity to stagger and rotate 4 wings at the same time, like where Carlisle does. Where you see guys come in and out of the game.
I think that was a mistake. Not drafting Ryan Dunn was the biggest mistake. Because not only would you have had him on a cheap rookie contract this year, you'd have
for 4 years
for future years. Yeah, that's the point I'm getting at.
But I think there's a Ryan Dunn this year,
and he's developmental.
Tibbs would have never played him.
Yeah, there's a Ryan Dunn this year.
My point without people just cutting me off with nonsense.
But he's talking about just beyond this year.
Yeah,
even if you don't play him this year.
Right. I get it. I said I would love to not say my point without getting cut off. As soon as I say that, I get cut off.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just floating it
out.
No,
it was me. It was me.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's neither here nor there now, but I do feel like I was right about the Ryan Dunn thing. I don't think you skip talent to gamble on 2 guys, and then neither one of them will be here next year. Right? When you could have been developing a guy, whether he played every night or not, at least he would have been part of your future going forward. And you can indoctrinate him into your system where it's not like every year the turnstile is going to turn and you're going to get another guy to come in here and then he's going to play for a year and then be gone. And then you have to do the same thing with another guy and wonder how he fits in the system, when if you'd have just drafted Ryan Dunn, that wouldn't even been a question.
Yeah.
And also, the Ryan Dunn shooting, that's laughable because Landry Shamet bricked everything in sight when he came back from injury. He was wondering why this dude is even an NBA player. And he hit 3 threes in a late in a blowout late in a blowout loss, and then we're gonna assume that he can shoot.
He has a baseline in an NBA career saying that he can't shoot, even though he didn't shoot well here for us.
That's why he's played for 14 teams.
And what's to say that Ryan is not going to play for a bunch of teams over the course of his career? We don't know that.
That's a weird question to ask.
I know, but I
don't
think
know if he's going to be a journeyman or not.
Why would you ask that question?
Because you said he's a journeyman. We don't know if Ryan is not going to be a journeyman as well.
Right, but you do know that Landry Shamet is a journeyman.
Yeah, a vet minimum player.
So wait a minute. So if Ryan Dunn turns out to be a vet minimum player, that means he's worse than Landry Shamet. That's a vet minimum player.
My whole thing is, if we're talking about just guys playing, Tibbs has never had a pulse on rotating minutes correctly. So to make this assertion that a rookie would come in and play a lot of minutes for Tom Thibodeau is not something I would jump out on the limb for.
Yeah.
Especially if you already have 3 wings in your rotation that Tom Thibodeau loves a lot.
I think they were I think the Knicks are pocket watching. I think they were looking. I can get 4 guys for less than minimums. And I'm going to use these guys years down the line. I'm not even looking at them right now. And then I don't think Dunn was something immediate to them.
That's why I think you got to keep Tibbs out the draft room.
But that's where coaching, because you need a coach who would be like, yo, I can use that guy right now.
Your coach, bro. Trust me, coaches are as expendable as players, bro. Sometimes more so. You don't base your whole draft strategy on the draft, right? You legitimately get 9 guys in a rotation, and then you backfill with rookies and let these rookies compete and work their way up the roster. And when they prove it to the coach that they're ready to play, Tibbs can play them. But if we're in this mindset that if you draft a guy late in the first round, that you automatically have to make him a starter or rotation player, that's like a false sentiment, because you know that these guys that feel like they're on the cusp, they're going to only play guys that they trust. And they're going to trust some guys that y'all are not even going to trust. I heard out of each one of y'all mouth, like, why is Tibbs playing this guy? I heard y'all, bro.
Yeah. But you can say the same for Dadier, though. He didn't play Dadier.
I know, but I understand that. But Dadier is here for 3 more years. Right, that's the thing. That's the thing I'm getting at. Dadier is being indoctrinated into us. Dadier for right now is a Knick.
If Ryan
Shamet for right now is not a Knick.
If Ryan and his agent would have took that discount that Pacom took, he probably would be a Knick.
Yeah, no. But what I'm thinking, the Knicks say, you know what? I'm a be crafty, and I can get 4 for the price of 2.
And see, and that's why you don't let the calculator dudes in the gym. Calculator dudes stay their ass in study hall.
It is not this calculator.
There is absolutely no substitute for talent. There's no substitute for talent, bro. But you can't cut corners with talent, bro.
When you're living in the parameters of this CBA, and you need to lock in four guys on your rotation on the back end.
But Freezy, you kind of have to.
Hey, Fritz, I gotta hear what I didn't hear what Dre was saying though.
I'm saying within the parameters of this CBA, going forward, if you're paying Karl Towns this amount of money, if you're trying to extend Mikal Bridges, if Brunson is making 40, if OG's gonna clear 40, you have to lock in as many cheap contracts going forward within the parameters of the CBA. So yes, we could talk the talent part, but talent won't even matter if you sign the guy to us. Hold on, talent won't even. Hold on, let me finish. Can I finish?
I'm not holding on for this, bro. Because you shooting me the gas. How you gonna say
that?
I'm
not shooting you the gas. Let me finish my statement.
Bro, the Knicks overpaid for Tyler Kolek
as a second rounder
for his slot. So how do you save money on one side and then overpay Tyler Kolek? Mind you, you also paid Precious Achiuwa $6 million and used him less than 20 minutes in the playoffs.
1 year. He's not for multiple years at $6 million.
Coach, you see what I'm talking about, Coach? Like we just talked about saving money.
I don't know, but Freezy, that point on Kolek, they purposely paid him more so that they can go over the tax line. They needed to get over the tax line.
I swear,
to pull
I
off
don't
the
know.
next one.
Calculated dudes make my head hurt, bro. There's no substitute for talent. You're gonna overpay a guy to go over the tax threshold instead of drafting the guy late in the first round and pay him his regular money. Like, where does that make sense?
No, I think but I'm saying you saw their mindset when they said they targeted Kolek from the jump. They said they targeted Joe. We thought he was first round talent, and then we just kept playing the numbers game and got him in the second round. So the Knicks are basically said these are 4 guys I think were first round talent, and we got 4 instead of 2. And I'm not saying that's the best strategy, but I think that's the way they looked at it.
How many first round draft picks the Knicks got are part of our 10-man rotation right now?
None.
Not one.
Exactly.
What are we talking about?
Think about it. Our
I'm not
10-man rotation in the Eastern Conference Finals team, not one first round pick that the Knicks got is in our 10-man rotation.
I know.
Those guys. I think we just playing calculated gymnastics with the number.
No, I'm just trying to tell you what their mindset was. I'm not saying that's what I would do. If it was me, I'd rather have a quality player. I'd rather take that 24th and 27th pick and go up.
Bro, I think that there is absolutely no subject, especially for moldable talent. Right? You get molded, you get a higher floor on a guy with a higher ceiling. And we're gonna say, nah, it's better to get Landry Shamet and Matt Ryan instead of that guy. That still doesn't make sense in anybody's mind, bro. Except the calculated guys who love those kind of guys.
No, but Nick started late. Remember, they didn't start free agency with everybody else because they waited on Hartenstein, so they didn't even start with everybody else.
Hartenstein was gone, bro.
I know, but they didn't start the same day as everybody else. Everybody was signing people day one. The Knicks didn't sign anybody till like a weekend.
When they came out with the All NBA first, second, and third team list, there's only 3 teams that have 2 or more guys on it: the Oklahoma City Thunder with Shea and Jalen, and Cleveland with Mitchell and Evan Mobley. The 2 best record teams in the NBA both had over 60 wins, and the New York Knicks are the 3rd team that've got 2 guys. So what gave those teams 2 guys that are that good and filled out the rest of their roster to fill around them guys? And what are we doing wrong to fill around our guys? Like, what's the difference between both of them teams? I'm going to tell you right now. Both of those other teams have young players in their rotations besides those stars.
Yeah.
Both teams do.
Yeah. We all agree with you.
Cleveland is not dependent on the G League draft to fill out their rotation, bro.
I know, but I said we all agree with you. They should be playing the young players.
Yeah. No. And my argument to that ain't, some of y'all personally.
Why you gotta argue? Why we gotta argue?
I'm not arguing at all. Just getting all.
No, I think we agree. We agree.
Like what I'm saying is the roster, the way it's constructed this second, I don't think we're that far off. It's just mismanaged. Like, I think we have at minimum 2 diamonds in the rough in this rookie group we got that could have contributed, or at least started to contribute and show progress, but we will never know.
Yep.
Hey, so I want to put just throw something out there for y'all, man. Just real quick, see what y'all think.
Sure.
So, and this is just, Coach, you remember when I said I had like 70 or so ideas that's floating them around in my mind, all open-ended?
Mm-hmm.
I legitimately think the Knicks, roster-wise, had a great fit for this season championship level. But if Deuce McBride is the new veteran point guard off the bench, who's going to be our third point guard, right? And if the rookies from last year, because I don't think Anton Watson will be back, right? Because he's like a Kenrick Williams type of player that Tom Thibodeau will probably never use, right?
No.
But if the other four guys take normal development steps forward, that means two of those guys will be on the very edge of rotational. Like legitimately, two of those guys they'll be 9 and 10 in terms of the rotation. Like if Tibbs plays a 9-man rotation, and he won't, but Kev McCullough, Ariel Hookporty take the step forward as player 9 and 10, right? Then who are you putting at the back end of the roster for players 15 and 14? Are the Knicks going to draft guys, or are they going to bring in more veterans like PJ Tucker? Just a thought, one of the random thoughts that's in my head, bro.
There's going to be vet minimum dudes on this team like DeLong.
Yeah.
Right?
Worldwide West is working on that. Yeah.
They're going to be quote unquote ring chasers. There's going to be guys around the league looking for a home. And to be absolutely honest, the way the league is set up, they already killed the middle class of players. There's a reason why guys like Tyus Jones play for a vet minimum when he's really a $10 million player. Like it's the way the league is set up. There's going to be a lot of vet minimum guys out there.
Bro, Bobby Portis might be a vet minimum next year, bro.
No.
The way it's set up, I'm telling you, bro, it's the way they treating some of these dudes. It's crazy.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people looking for him. A lot of people looking at him.
I hope we look for him.
I do too.
He's out of our price range, bro. There's a lot of people going to be looking at him in the 20s.
I don't know. Whoa.
What's Dennis Schroeder doing next year?
He only made $13 million.
Hey, Wiz in the building. Salute.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any idea why Deuce played 11 minutes tonight?
Because he couldn't make a shot. He couldn't dribble.
He only took 2 shots.
He didn't make them. I'm not saying that's why I think I think that's what Tibbs thought.
Oh, Dre, I don't know. That's a good question.
Because here's the thing: if Deuce isn't making his shots and he's not getting other people's going and stopping the guys on the other team, what's his worth?
But here's the thing:
I thought he used Shamit, and
he used Shamit.
He used Shamit, and he used what's his name?
Right.
Delon Wright.
I don't. It still doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, who's going to be gone from the team next year? Cam, Precious, Shamit.
Both gone. Shamit's probably gone.
I think
Beauchamp.
Gone.
Gone.
Okay, so that means we have 4 spots right there, basically to fill in, right?
I think more people are going to be gone than that. But I think you're going to, between Kolek and there's going to be another guard. There has to be someone to challenge Kolek. I think it's probably
Is Dennis Schroeder available?
Nah, he's way out of our league.
Well,
especially how he played. Yeah, especially how he played.
He's going to be unrestricted.
Yeah, but he's out of our league.
You sure? He got $2 million last. Trying to gamble.
He made more than that last year. Yeah, he made much more than that last year. Yeah, he's gonna get a big race. I think maybe Trey Jones. I don't think he's gonna get Tyus, but I think he might be getting Trey Jones.
Ooh.
We need to flip Josh Hart and Deuce, bro, for a playmaker and a big wing, bro.
What's that kid at Utah? That they probably gonna let go. Not kid, but
Clarkson.
Markkinen?
No, point guard. lights us up every time he plays. Damn,
Jordan
he's
Clarkson. Yeah.
Sexton?
Sexton.
Yeah, I mean it's way too much.
Too much? Okay.
Way too much. Yeah.
But for a trade with Hart,
Yeah, that's not exactly.
Ooh,
Left hard for him. And then we pick up Cam Whitmore if we can find a way to get Cam. Like Fuza said.
It would have to be like multiple teams. Like Utah don't have anything to do with Josh. Utah wouldn't. Well, what could Utah do with that?
Utah drafted Josh, right?
I'm saying, I'm just thinking, like, what would a team actually want Josh for? Because
Like
he's not
they wouldn't need
expiring.
Josh.
Like a contender does not want a 6'4" guy who can't shoot a play.
yeah, Josh is the perfect team for like someone that's looking to kind of tank, but still look like they're going to try to play.
In a year, maybe. In a year, like now, it would have to be like a contending team that doesn't care the price. Like
we got to trick a front office into thinking he's actually a good basketball player.
Joshua would have to go in a big trade, like in a big trade. Like
I mean, he's 20 million, bro.
I don't think he's overpaid. I don't think he's overpaid in the current. I don't think he's overpaid.
Saying, like, with the money we have left and his 20 million, we can get a nice player.
Fritz, I'll frame it like this: if this CBA happened 2 years earlier, he would not be playing for $20 million right now.
Yeah.
Nobody would give him 4 years over $80 million.
No. It was the time we were in.
It was the timing, and this is where connections are like the most important thing. Funny enough, because he would not get that money from any other organization.
But also remember, he took a cut. he only
took it by opting in.
Yeah, but he basically, you rub my back, I'll rob yours type thing. Like he kind of helped us out. We helped him out, and we overpaid him. Yeah.
Oh God.
You know, like Nikola Jovic. Nikola Jovic. I like Nikola Jovic.
Oh, they're not trading him. No, they're not trading him.
I mean, PJ Tucker's on salary for $3.4 million next year.
It's actually 2. What it is veterans, they get paid more than their minimum is higher than everybody else's.
Gotcha.
But it only counts on a cap as
$2 million.
Yeah, well, because the league pays the rest of it, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, but if you're talking about paying one guy, if you had to like spend that $6 million on one guy, I think it's Brogdon if you can get him to take it.
Ooh,
if
you can get Brogdon to take it.
Hey, Dre, who is there a specific person you'd like to see the Knicks go get?
I mean, the Brogdon move was the one I was thinking about. Like, whatever you're getting out of DeLon Wright, you're probably getting the peak version of that. Malcolm Brogdon.
What I'm saying is,
but I think Brogdon is cool playing wherever. Like at this point, you don't really care.
I feel like Dolan is worth going in the second apron for, bro, next year, whatever we got to do.
Not
DeLon Wright.
I don't think you go in the second apron next year.
Well, the Knicks.
That's random. Why would you,
bro?
Because it doesn't make sense. You don't have to.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
We're the New York Knicks. We're the richest franchise in the league. The second apron don't mean nothing to Dolan, bro.
Yes, it means a year less of a window.
Oh, we talking about windows. What window?
You don't have to go into the second. There's other ways. Like you can get a guy like how I talked about earlier. It's like you get a guy who needs to be extended, and you're naturally going to go over the next year when what you call it, McKell's kicks in. So you make sure it lines up with McKell's.
Yeah, I get that, but what I'm
So
saying
the
is,
year after, like you don't care. Like this year, you take on a guy like and if you can get Kaminga to just kind of sit on that money for a year and get extended the next year, that's when you do that kind of stuff where like Kaminga, I'm gonna hook you up next year, but sit with that.
Where does Kaminga play at though?
Golden State.
He's
I know,
asking
but
the position.
wing player. He's kind of like a supersized Josh Hart.
What's his role, bro?
He's a wing.
He's a forward, just a big forward.
Yeah.
Hey, coach, how you doing, man?
I'm all right.
Hey, coach, what's Jonathan Kaminga's role going to be with the Knicks?
Oh, to score the ball, but I don't want him here.
Because the thing about Kaminga is Kaminga's not even going to consider the Knicks unless he's a starter.
Yeah, he's barely starting.
Why would you even consider playing for the Knicks if you're not going to start? If you're gonna be in the role, why not just stay in Golden State?
Number one, he's getting extended
crazy. I
for
said
a
his
lot
contract.
of money.
Contract. I didn't say him specifically.
But
I said
why,
him in that situation.
But
the situations he's in.
Why would he sit and wait? Think about what we were asking. Why would he sit and wait in a role where he can't increase his value?
Well, there has to be
Kuminga is the Josh Hart of Giannis Antetokounmpo's.
Yes, that's what I said. That's what I said. He's a supersized Josh Hart, but he's better than Josh Hart.
Adar said it in chat. Hard on steroids. That's Kuminga.
Yes,
Kuminga. That's what y'all think. Kuminga. Yo,
can't
hard on steroids, bro. But he's actually the right size.
Right, but we got enough non-shooters, and I'm sorry if we try to insert Kuminga at power forward, he's undersized power forward. Now we're in that department again with a guy that can't shoot. I don't mind an undersized power forward if he can shoot.
Yeah, I didn't say. I just said his situation, not necessarily.
Yeah, no, I know, but like.
You think we could get Darren Fox?
No, he just went to San Antonio.
I know, but they're stacked and they got lots of.
No,
space.
he just went to his forever home.
You can't afford that, man. Anyway,
you sure?
They just got him. They just traded for him.
I know, but they didn't trade for him because they needed him. Because
that's who they wanted.
What's he playing? What's he gonna play? Point.
Darren Fox can't shoot either. No, why y'all trying to bring all these non-shooters here?
He's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere.
I mean, I like Darren Fox. Trust me, I like his speed. I like the way he plays. But
that's what I want. I want the defense next to a ball handler, defensive guy next to Jake. I mean, Brunson will be shooting guard.
And get Drew Holiday then.
No, he's not fast enough though. He's not tall enough. He's athletic enough. I want an athletic, fast guy with handle who can, pass the ball and that wants to become a spot up shooter.
You have to give up something.
So does everybody.
You got to give up something.
Right. We're giving up Bruns. We're giving up Hart. I'll give up Deuce also for him. I'll give up.
What?
Yes, for De'Aaron Fox.
Oh, no, that man.
Whoa, that's when you know things got to change. When Wiz says that
man ain't giving up.
Yo, after this game, after the disappointment right now, everybody's on the block.
Wow.
I mean, Sofia Vergara, if Sofia Vergara came to me right now, I'd be like, sorry, I trade you right now for, to get rid of Tibbs.
Like, Kilpie made a good comparison. Like, when Boston first got Derek White, was Derek White like that? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I thought he was great. I thought he was going to be great.
I thought he was going to be pretty good, but he went to the next level with Boston. But we need that kind of what Derek White kind of was going into Boston, coming to us. That's the kind of guard we need next to Brunson.
Jalen Green is like that.
Jalen Green is he's not. He's getting traded for a star. He's getting traded for.
Josh is a star in Tibbs' eyes.
No, he's getting traded for like an all NBA player.
Josh is an all NBA in Tibbs' eyes. So is Burks. Remember, Burks is the best point guard we had when we had 2 point guards behind him to be developed. Imagine if Deuce and IQ had gotten 50 extra games that year under their belt. Just like this year, Tibbs again froze up. He just would refuse to put Josh on the bench for 82 games. Actually, for 96 games. And in game 98, he finally goes, "Oh, I wonder if Josh should." Well, fuck, don't give him 98. At least the last 30 games, he could have swapped out Josh just to see what it looked like with a double big starter. Just to see what it looked like. He very rarely did that. Josh, Tibbs is too stubborn, man. He's got to go. And I'll take Johnny Bryant. I'll take Hurley. I'll take that.
Speaking of Jersey City, did you say Danny Hurley?
Yeah, I said, and I can't stand Duke. I hate Duke, but I take Hurley.
Real basketball knowledge, just bring in somebody from Jersey City, bro. Danny Hurley. Bring in Danny Hurley, man. If you want to know basketball, bring in somebody.
Freezy.
Would you take Malik Monk for Josh Hart?
I think about it.
Who's the coach? Who's the coach gonna be?
Yeah,
exactly. That's exactly what
I wouldn't weigh him with Tibbs. No way.
Exactly.
I would take Malik Monk in a heartbeat.
Not with Tibbs as coach, though. He would mess it up. Dang, is that crazy that we have
that
all
trade?
This talent?
By the way, that trade works for the money and everything.
Yep.
With Malik Monk for Josh Hart.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't work for Sacramento though. They don't need anybody like Josh Hart on there.
They don't need they got rid of De'Aaron Fox. What do you think the Kings are
exactly,
doing? Bro?
They're like they made some bad moves, but
they picked up Levine and DeRozan at the end of on the back end of their career. They're in tank mode, bro.
Yeah, they were stupid.
Exactly.
They thought they were making a championship team.
Everyone's available there.
Exactly. They trade Michael Jordan for what was that French guy we had at point guard?
No,
the guys you loved.
They're gonna try to make it a winning team. They're gonna try to make it a winning team. I don't know why they did what they did, but they're still aiming to win.
What's Frank Ntilikina doing right now? We could use him.
Ironically, I think Frank would get minutes with this squad, bro. Ironically.
You know what? He's probably better than Josh right now.
Because Frank is a 6'4" defender with long arms, and all he wanted to do was play defense and not shoot. And so we replaced Frank with Josh Hart.
For cheap, for like $2 million a year.
Yeah,
imagine
we could have kept Frank for $4 million, but we decided to keep Josh for $20 million.
Oh my god!
But could he survive 45 minutes a game for 82 games though?
Who Frank? Now he pulled his groin in the first quarter.
And Tim just keep playing him though. He'll be like, fight through it.
Yeah.
You do Malik Monk and DeMar DeRozan for.
Oh man.
Malik Monk and DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, for Josh, Mitch, and Deuce.
Oh, ooh. You just want to clues. You just want to house.
But it's Mitch last year, right?
By the way, the money works on that too.
It's Mitch's last year, right?
I just put it in the trade machine.
Yeah.
Dag, you whipped out the trade machine already? Bro, the whistle ain't even finished.
I live on a trade machine. I live on a trade machine.
This dude is in the trade machine. I got to put that on Twitter.
Mitch deserves to stay. I'm not saying I want to get rid of Mitch, so stop.
But remember, expiring contract, right? Expiring contract.
Right. That's the only
Mitch
thing.
is whoever. If he's a Knick or for somewhere else, he's getting extended. He's getting extended this
I'll
summer.
put it this way: with this is what Mitch did in this end of the season and this postseason. His value went up a bunch.
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay, so if we're making changes, whether it's the coach or personnel,
And personnel.
it don't look good for Mitch, bro.
Nope.
Because
He's
Mitch,
too valuable.
It's almost a situation like I think they saw the writing of the wall with IQ. Like,
Yep.
they either had to find a way to force him to play more, or they feel like they couldn't pay him.
And Huck Porty is right there.
I don't think Huck Porty is going to be the third center next year.
No, he'll
Did
get
I
some money.
Did I mention that already? Did I mention that on every show?
Wow.
You said the third?
Yeah, the second.
James Najee.
James Najee, baby.
And look,
I think
I don't want DeRozan, just so you know. I was only doing that for the money. Just joking around.
Just real quick on James Najee, since James Najee is only a moderate 3-point shooter, like I think he was like 31% at 6'11", 260, whatever he is. I don't think Knicks fans will like him because he legit is a bull in the china shop. And if people complain about fouls now with Cat, when James Najee get on the court, bro, he gonna get 6 fouls in 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Wow.
But he is gonna be Sheena Easton type physical, bro.
Yeah. You need a coach. You need a coach who's gonna let him.
This dude. I saw the coach. Did you see the replay? Did you see the play where he I don't know what his vertical is, but it looked like he jumped out of the solar system, right? but he probably got like a regular big man vertical, but it looked like he jumped out of the building. But the screen he set on the Euro dude that didn't see the screen coming, bro, looked like a Chuck Cecil type. Y'all don't know nothing about. Y'all too young to know Chuck Cecil, bro. But he looked like it was like a Chuck Cecil type hit on the dude that set the screen, and he rolled to the basket and caught the lob and finish with 2 hands in traffic. And he screamed to the top of his lungs.
I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah. I think, I like Huck Porty, but man, he got competition next year, bro.
But if Mitch is gone, he could be number 3.
Oh, y'all talking about Mitch being gone?
Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, I think.
How much you going to re-sign him for? How much you going to extend him for? You got to extend him, right? Otherwise, you lose him for nothing.
I don't think the Knicks want to bid for him. Like, you don't want to go to the next summer and actually bid.
Right. So, what's the extension contract going to look like to you?
I think it goes up because just the way CBA is, and when we signed him the last time, that's when the centers were unimportant. Like everybody was just trading in and out like they were white tees.
Exactly.
Now centers are important again.
Now
that's what I'm
centers
saying.
are important again.
So how much is Mitch going to want? Okay, he took a deal last time. He gets a deal last time.
But here's the thing: Mitch has been taking deals his entire career.
Yeah.
So he wants money now.
This is his time. This is his time.
That's what I'm saying. We gotta trade him, right? Otherwise, we gotta give him $30 million. We gotta give him iHeart money.
Ooh,
exactly.
I think he's shown enough. He's shown enough, like just in the playoffs. I don't think another team would blink and give him like upper teens, like 17 a year, 18. I don't think anybody would blink.
Right. So I think someone will give him 20 plus, like they gave iHeart, because someone won't blink to give him 17, but someone will be like, "We need this. This is our chip right here."
If it was like the Lakers
exactly.
would give him 20. Lakers are giving him 20.
Exactly. So are you gonna give him 20 if he asks for it?
Oh man.
I've got to do it in October or by October. So that's what I'm saying. We gotta look at possibly moving Mitch because unless you start talking to him now and he says I'll take 15, 16, you may have to just be like, if you want 24, Mitch, we're not gonna do that.
Oh,
He
man.
needs to. He need to be selfish. He need to be
Exactly.
selfish on this contract. So
He's got. Plus, imagine being Oklahoma with 30 mil a year. Oh man, come on, man. No taxes. All the Oklahoma, all the big fat. I'm joking. Girls, here. all
Mitch
the
just gonna line up all them trucks. That's all he gonna do. He's gonna line up all them trucks.
all those corn-fed women he could have. Oh man, come on, man.
Oh, I don't know, man. Mitch, come on, dog. I don't know.
Which is
Eggs. Oh
yeah.
man.
That's also a reason I didn't think they were gonna. When it came
Like,
down to it at the deadline,
Yep.
it was a risk. Like it was a big risk keeping him. But once they knew he was gonna be healthy, they kept him because they're like, yo, if he just stays healthy, he's gonna be valuable this summer.
Right. And then perform like he just did. Oh man.
I
Except
think
for
I
the
think
shooting.
I think he outperformed what they thought he was gonna do,
Yep.
especially in the
Yeah.
last series. Yeah.
So if we to talk about Huck Point being number 3, Huck Point is looking at number 2.
yeah, I don't know, bro, about Huck Porty. Man, I like Huck Porty. I like his energy. I just don't know if the James Najee thing is going to be intriguing. Right? Think about this. James Najee was I think he's the 31st pick in the deepest draft since the Cade draft, right? He's the 31st pick in the Cam Whitmore draft, right?
Mhm.
When all them guys, like with the Thompson twins, Cam Whitmore, all these guys like went ahead of my guy, right? James Najee. In a regular draft, James Najee probably would have got selected in the 20s. So Charlotte legit got like first round talent for basically nothing. You know what I'm saying? So now the Knicks have him because we acquired him in the cat trade, right? And when we talk about the cat trade, I think that was the slickest move. Getting Najee in that trade, in theory, for Daquan Jeffries and all those other guys, bro. I think that was a slick front office move.
Yeah, I think the Knicks made out on the cat trade.
Yeah,
They got Cat at his lowest,
yeah.
and then they turned him back, and they turned him from last year. He had a horrible year last year, and he had a much better year this year.
Yeah.
So
Cat's not a bad player, by the way. Cat's a very, very good NBA player. The thing about Karl Anthony Towns is his deficiencies. When you showcase them, for instance, when you put Jokic on an island defensively and ask him to guard, guess what Jokic looks like? He looks like Karl Anthony Towns, right? Like Jokic is not a defender. But since the Knicks value defense so much, our fan base is like, we can't live without defense, right? We forget that offense is an important part of the game too, right? Like legitimately, Jamal Murray is not a defender anyway. They had KCP next to Jamal Murray when they won a championship, right? But with us, we feel like every guy has to be Darrell Revis, so to speak, or Lawrence Taylor, or Mark Gastineau, or whatever famous New York sports defender, Willie Mays, whoever. We feel like every guy has to be that. Every guy doesn't have to be that. Every guy just has to come out and win their matchup, right? And what happens is most nights, most of our players don't win their matchups. That's why when Cat plays even, it makes it look like Cat played bad, in my opinion.
Yeah,
But
just not used to it.
But we often forget that Jalen Brunson not being a defender wears out our wing players because the entire defense has to account for him and for Cat.
Facts.
That's why when dudes have those jumpers open in the corner and coach is trying to pull his hair out, like, Coach, hey, dog, it's not just their fault, man. Your point guard is not a point of attack defender, and your center is not a rim protector. And so it puts us in these weird spaces where teams are just going to get certain looks.
And your power forward is actually not guarding the man he's supposed to guard, looking for rebounds.
Yeah, basically, that's what he's doing. Yeah. Yeah.
But here's the thing, though. I know Fritz, you a calendar guy, and you talk about guys. There's a lot of guys who made a lot more money this year that their value drops significantly in the new market.
Mm-hmm.
Like guys like Kyrie Irving. Like, I'm sorry to say,
we got injured, but he had a great year.
But Kyrie is barely a $10 million player next year because of the way the new stuff comes out. Like his value and the way like he's turned into a Russell Westbrook situation. Like Russell Westbrook made mid-level exception.
Mm-hmm.
Kyrie had a great year this year.
I understand that, but his age and injury, and now that his contract has expired, who's going to give him $30 million again? Nobody.
He's gonna sign it. He's gonna sign it this summer, even injured.
It's a player option, right?
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was unrestricted. That's my
No, he's a player option. 43.1.
Yeah, he's got to sign it because he's injured. He don't have any leverage.
Yeah. No, but he could just come back next year. But what I think he'll probably do is try to renegotiate a 4-year deal now.
Right.
For less than 40. You know what I mean? I'll give you don't have to pay 40 this year. You pay 35, but you're gonna pay 35 for 4 years.
Like in the market, Miles Turner ain't making what he made this year.
He's going way up.
He's gonna make more than $29.8 million.
Yes, they started vacating. They started
They
already start cleaning house.
Man.
Yo, he's gonna get around 40.
Bro, that's the next worst.
He's the reason.
Next worst contract in the league if he makes $40 million, bro. I'm sorry.
He's the reason I said Ben Matherin's the guy. Like I really, really, really want, because I think somebody ain't gonna make it on that team.
Bro,
somebody ain't gonna make it.
To me, Miles Turner is, look, man, that dude. You want to talk about? You think OG's getting overpaid? If that dude makes the same as OG Anunoby, that's blasphemy.
Yeah,
that's like Kirk Cousins, right?
But right. But who can they replace him with? They can't replace him with anything. Like,
exactly.
He's a specialized player.
I get it, but
special set of skills.
He has not been a part of any of their special things that they've done against us.
Yeah. They already started moving people around because they already knew he can get 40.
During
Miles Turner?
Yeah.
During his run, all the Pacers runs, and when they were doing things against us, he wasn't on the court.
Yeah, he was pretty ineffective this series, but
that's crazy.
But he's gonna get his 40.
Would you guys take Porzingis while Boston takes Giannis?
Yeah, I would. I would. I would. And the reason why I would do it is for basketball reasons. I don't care nothing about no salary cap. For basketball reasons, you can have Cat be in drop and have Porzingis be your weak side rim protector.
Ooh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And ultimately, when you get down the floor on offense,
oh man,
you can save Porzingis' legs by have Porzingis not put on weight and to play center, right? You can have Porzingis be back in his bouncy power forward. Yeah, I remember when Porzingis was a power forward. Anybody remember that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now you can get Porzingis. See, the one of the things that made Porzingis a unicorn, not a big man that can shoot, because there are plenty of big men that can shoot, right? Not a big man that can block shots, because there are plenty of big men that can block shots. The thing that made Porzingis a unicorn is that he can run and jump and be athletic, right? And so when I would ask myself before I make the trade is Porzingis, because athleticism is a fleeting. Like, you'll probably never be as athletic as you're ever going to get at like 19 years old, right? When you're 18, 19 years old, you're not going to be the strongest you'll ever be, but you'll probably be the most athletic you'll ever be. You know how when you get older, your athleticism may come down a little bit, but your strength goes up. And then there's a mesh point of like 5 years where you're the most athletic and the strongest that you'll ever be at the same time.
Probably 21. Around 21 for me.
Yeah, I'll see if Porzingis is still athletic. And if he's still athletic, and they take, and we can move Josh and
Mitch
and Precious for Porzingis, heck yeah, I'm doing it, bro. Because not only did you solve your center issue, because now you can play them together and then you can stagger their minutes too, right? Now, when Cat is ready to take somebody off the dribble, you don't have the tag man waiting in there to cut Cat off at the rim. Cat can legit take his man off the dribble, or we can skip past that ball back to Porzingis at the top of the key from 28 feet and have him shoot it comfortably. Right? Our thing is we have guys at 21 feet in the corner that can't knock down the three, but you would have Porzingis all the way out to 28 feet and his defender knocking down threes. Now, is he going to do it every night? No. But on some nights, Porzingis is going to knock down 6 or 7 threes.
Yeah.
Bro,
I think it'll be tough. Like he makes just a little bit too much.
How much?
What's he make? Like 30 something?
13.7.
Yeah.
But
he'd be out of the buy range for sure.
Yeah.
No, he's not. If we have
him and Josh together is enough money right there.
Precious and Josh.
No, Precious is under contract next year.
All right, enough. It's re-sign him and sign and trade. Well, he'll be too. He can't do it right away in December. I mean, Mitch and Josh. Would you do that?
That money works.
Yeah. But you're more depleted. Yeah.
No. Well, we get another piece. We gotta get another piece from somebody else.
No, but like it doesn't work because you're actually shortening your talent.
No, Mitch and Josh for KP and Cam Whitmore, something like that.
We only have 11 players under contract.
Yeah, so
next year
we can only go to that. We're not going to go over the second unless it's all-star. The Knicks are not going to the second.
So McCullough, Beauchamp, and Watson are all unsigned for next year. Technically.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So I wouldn't expect to get Knicks to go unless they're getting an all-star back.
KP
or
all-star. Come on, man.
Not even close. or borderline all-star. I don't think the Knicks are going to the second but not this year. But the following year, yeah. Not this year though.
I'm sorry, I'm doing that deal. I'm taking KP and give me somebody like a Cam Whitmore type at that salary range, and we're filling those 2 slots right there for the same salary.
Where are you giving Cam Whitmore? You got 2 picks?
No, Cam type. Yeah, I'll give Josh, Mitch, and a pick for KP
Wow,
and
y'all
Cam.
are really down on Mitch, bro.
No, I'm
Whitmore?
looking at the salary. Yeah, Cam would replace Josh as
I know, but
as a bench.
how much do you think Cam Whitmore is worth?
He's only getting paid like 3, right? He's on a rookie contract still, isn't he?
Yeah, but what do you think they want in return?
Oh no, they want.
I don't think they'll take that much, bro. It's not like we're asking for Tari Eason.
Yeah, they're not really sold on him. He's not starting. He actually was a backup. Jalen only because
They
Jalen
want more
choked
than
this
that. They want
playoff.
more than that. They want more than that.
So what's
Cam
the
Whitmore?
So what's
A
that?
Like Cam Whitmore is like a first round pick and then some, maybe 2.
No, was it 2 first round picks?
I give him a first and
I honestly, okay. I think Houston is going after superstar. Like that's their first thing.
right.
Once that trade happens, in the middle of that, and you're in some 4 or 5 team trade, and you can get him from somebody, that's cool. But
that's what I'm talking about.
But his value isn't that small. Like he's like he
Does
has
Boston
real
have any
value.
picks? Does Boston have anything over there? Because it's going to be the Giannis, KP, Josh, Mitch, Cam Whitmore, and drafts in the Boston, Houston Knicks trade.
I don't think that's that much value. We don't have that much value. We don't have that much value.
Yeah, but also sometimes teams don't take the value; they take a promise for the future. Come on, every time, I mean, do you see that's like that? We go, you know what? We owe you one. Let's just make this deal done so we can get it done. It's happens. It's been happening all over the league, man. Look at those. Okay, how many trades have happened in the past year that you guys go? We could have had him. We could have had him. What's the boy on the Lakers from Washington? That power forward. From
Vanderbilt.
no, from Wizards last year, and they got second round pick for him. Oh man, he started too. Man, thank God, that's real black in his name. I wanted him too on this Knicks team, but he's a power.
Vanderbilt.
No. He's with Lakers right now. He's at the Lakers power forward.
Rui?
Yes.
Vanderbilt?
Oh,
Rui.
Hachimura.
Yeah. Second round pick. And we could have had him for a second round pick. Right? Or 2 seconds or something. So deals like that happen all the time, and it gets you look. No one would think Hachimura would get a second round pick or something like that for him.
Those jumbo wings are kind of hard to. The undefined, like they have these weird undefined roles, and they wind up being like odd fits, like Nas Reed. Like people think Nas Reed is a center. Nas Reed is 6'9".
Yep.
And a poor defensive center that can shoot threes.
But I mean, I'm talking about for Josh replacement. We send out Josh and Mitch for KP and a Rui like type player. You know what I'm saying? That there are players like that would be backup.
I don't want to
take Josh.
If Mitch has got to go, I trade him and Josh for a Louis Vuitton bag, bro.
Okay. So what actually happened? So it wasn't for nothing. It was actually for Kendrick Nunn. So they got an expiring contract. Someone who was injured, so they didn't even have to pay him in 3 second round picks. So they were just being greedy. They just didn't want to pay the money.
Who did that? Miami?
Wizards.
No, Wizards. But that's what I'm saying. I'm trying
They wanted
to find
an
someone
expiring
who's
deal, and then he was on insurance since he was hurt, so they wouldn't have to pay his salary.
And that's what I'm looking for, something like that. There are players like that right down the league. That's what I'm saying.
I know, but that's a special circumstance. That's not like that's not normal.
I'll find another one. Okay, again, that took me a second to think about. That's just off the top of my head. I'm gonna find 3 more deals like that you're gonna be like, oh, okay, that was a special case as well. There are special cases. I'm saying they are out there, and it's sometimes even on the behind this, under the table deals where you just simply who?
Oh, okay.
By the way, they showed a video. The Deuce wasn't out of bounds on that play.
Yeah,
I
he
know.
wasn't. When we
They're
just
not
seen
even
it in
close.
real time, you could tell he wasn't.
Not even close.
He stepped in before.
Right. Exactly. That could have been a definitely momentum change right there.
And we had a challenge. We had a challenge available too.
And we had a challenge too. That's the worst part. We had a challenge and we couldn't pull it. And as a point where we needed a challenge to be happening, it is a waste. It didn't get used after that, right? We wasted it. That's crazy how Tibbs doesn't do challenges, and even the Pacers that are challenged early in the game on an automatic loss of a challenge. It was not even going to be close. That wasn't going to be. I wasn't going to be close. The knee, right? The knee coming
OG,
up. Yeah,
OG.
that was good, and they lost that. But they did it, and they were ahead, and yet we were behind a momentum changing shot, and we just didn't even pull the trigger on that challenge. That's another coaching error. Tibbs got to go. Sorry, things like that is just too much. I'm still not. I'm still. I mean, I got graduate Tibbs, but I'm going back to Burks. I'm going back to Deuce when he had a knee contusion early in the season, and the only thing to heal that was rest, and he played him 2 back-to-back games with the most minutes he ever played all season, back in like November or December when he had to take off. But after those 2 games, he had to take a
He
week or
was
2
9
off.
games. Yeah, yeah. He
Yeah,
was done.
exactly. I mean, things like that. Even I remember RJ with 25 seconds left, and we're up by 20, and he got a tweak, and I'm
Hey,
like,
that
what?
was 4. That was 4 years ago, bro.
Exactly how much grudge I got against. That's how much me and Tibbs and going back there. I wanted him fired back then because something about him made me say he's not a championship coach. And how many coach of the year guys have never made to the finals in 20 years of coaching? Coach of the year. That means you're the coach of the year. You're the best coach, and you just can't get over the hump in the playoffs.
You're the
You're not a
best
playoff coach.
around. Nobody wanna put you down. You're the best
So, but
around.
I'm desperate, man. Like I said, okay. So how can we get KP then? Because Boston will give him up if they can get for Mitch. They would give him up. But you think giving up Mitch and Josh, you need another player?
It won't
Mitch,
work because Boston needs to shed salary. So they're not.
yeah, they're
They're,
complicated.
yeah, because
They need,
ideally they would want to keep them, but they can't keep them because they need to get underneath this. Their bill is like what $400 million.
yeah. So they're gonna
So
lose.
multi-team deal then. So they got a multi-team deal so they can get rid of because Mitch is and expiring. And who's on what's Josh 2 years left? Is Josh on 2 years left?
Yeah,
So
they're complicated. Like I wouldn't even like propose a trade for Boston because they're gonna look at everything. They might have to cut here and cut there. They're gonna look at a lot of stuff.
oh
Yeah,
man, we gotta find out. There has to be a way to get because like I said, we gotta move Mitch. We don't have to move Mitch, but we're gonna lose him like we lost KP. I mean like lost iHeart if he doesn't agree this summer. Because he has to agree, and probably pre-draft too. He probably should agree. He should get a Mitch agreement in, because
I
right
think
now,
a lot of the summer is on World Wide West. Like who he can get to agree to come over. Also, he may know what's up with. There might be some wild stuff happening this summer.
yep, that's what I'm
Like
saying, man.
Bradley Beal might get cut. Bradley Beal might get cut from the Suns. You don't know.
Yep,
All I know is Cap is losing one of his boys, bro.
Maybe, yeah.
It's either Thibodeau or Hart. One of them's got to go, bro.
Somebody.
or both, or maybe 3 of them.
I mean,
Because
according to the press conference, like Brunson wasn't having that question.
okay, so how about this deal,
He was
McCall?
like, really? We asking that? Come on.
What question?
They asked if Tom Thibodeau is the right coach. They asked him in the post press conference.
And you know what I take that as?
Hey, we ain't gonna talk about that here.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
He said this exactly. Is that a real question right now?
You just asked me if I believe he's the right guy. Yes, come on. That's what he said.
Yo, Tori B is back in the chat. That's hilarious, bro. Tori B has 5 hours straight.
We don't mess around.
This is what it's like in the off season, man. When the off season get here, when we say we rocking,
we already in the trade machine, Tori.
Yeah, when we talk about we rocking, we actually mean it.
Yeah, wait till we start breaking out these PowerPoints.
Yeah,
the PowerPoints and Excel sheets.
Fritz, I don't know if you were you there when I told him Triborough that the Osley brothers were trash?
Oh, I heard it. That's what I think I was. That's what I kind of logged out, but I heard it.
Whoa, Brunson walked.
I saw a comment in the chat. I was like,
"Yeah, bro."
He said,
"Drop the mic on that question." By the way, he left the interview.
I think he said, I think he had to sing because he looked like he was 80 when he was 20, or something like that.
Yeah, man. Well, on that note, y'all, I do gotta wrap up, man, because I got the shows to do in the morning. You got to do old school Knicks. Got to study. I got to do some studying and all that stuff, man. So I do got to get out of here. I want to thank everybody for coming through and rocking with us, man. Just gonna tell everybody peace, y'all. It's gonna be a crazy off season. News come fast, so be prepared, y'all. Peace, everybody.
Peace.
All right.
Peace. Oh.